Kepada Pasha dan The Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Start sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang yang rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku kentik ponsel kau. Okey?
So saya nak tunjuk kepada tim SEM9, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama. Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok muka kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Tak ya, Mel! Bodoh sekali.
Tak nampak ke ni?
Apa lu? Brother, is this real or fake? Apa ni? Kau dua. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku IJ, aku ikut tu. Apa ni? Dia macam binatang. Terasa bodoh apa benda yang ni? Apa tu bodoh? Masuk balik. I behind you go first. Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Bodoh. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan.
Terus
Snack. Buah apple.
Rasa macam kertas tu. Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Taruh tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air. Lah. Tajam gila, takut. Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Like, I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this?
Dengar. Okey guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam 2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello guys, my name is Knight from GEEK.
Hai, nama saya Drake. Saya daripada tim SMG. Hai, saya Rip dari Exus Red One.
Hai, saya Guza, saya dari Creed VIP. Saya Bosskurr daripada tim DBD.
Hello guys, saya Ricky daripada Dingoz Esports.
Hai, saya Bravo daripada tim Farang Guerilla. Hello guys, I'm Yoodo from Genexus.
Hello guys, saya Ayam Pro dari HomeBois.
Hello everyone, I'm Bigger from HYVE International.
Hai, saya Iftar dari tim MAB Esports.
Hi, my name is Iris and I'm from Team MUGEN.
Hi guys, my name is Reza from Team RSG.
Saya Zubi daripada tim MAB.
Hi, I'm Deb from SEM9. Hi, saya Frankie daripada Tabah NSEA.
Hai, nama saya Aboy dari tim Bosskurr.
Hello, I'm Kate from Team Secret.
Hai, saya Olio daripada Yoodo Alliance.
Hello guys, nama saya Pemburu. Saya daripada tim Forever.
Kami berharap untuk mendapatkan champion pada season kali ini.
For this season, kita orang akan rampas balik piala kita orang dekat Forever.
This season, I'm confident that SEM9 will break the curse and play in PMPLC.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang akan pegang title champion kita orang.
Untuk musim ini, saya akan bawa balik piala untuk tim Farang Guerilla.
So our target for next season is to become the champion and to qualify to PMPC.
For this upcoming tournament, I'm expecting that my team will perform much better than the last PH representative last season.
Untuk season ni, tim MAB akan cuba rebut piala untuk bawa ke Gaming House.
For this upcoming PMPL MY Speed, we're gonna bring back our champion trophy back to the Gaming House.
We will try to be the first SG team to make it to the C stage.
Untuk 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, DBD akan dapatkan piala tu bawa balik.
For 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, you will try to get belt trophy back in Season 3 Grand Finals.
Kami akan cuba untuk membawa balik piala tu ke Gaming House kita orang.
Untuk season kali ini, kami nak menang.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan target PMGC sebab kita orang dah yakin dengan line up kita orang ni.
Untuk season ni kita orang cuba dapatkan trofi untuk HomeBois.
Untuk PMPL season kali ini, kita orang akan cuba bawa trofi dalam rumah MAB Esports.
Kami harapkan untuk membawa balik piala PMPL kali ini ke Negeri Sembilan.
PMPL kali ini kami akan bawa balik trofi untuk tim Bosskurr.
Kali ini korang jangan lupa tengok kita orang merampas starter atau trofi daripada Forever.
Long live Alliance.
Still moving under gunfire.
Secret fighting.
Dibambil tim MAB. We are the boss.
Your game, your play. SEM9 on fire.
GG, Aussie.
MUGEN langgar. MAB, bring it on.
HomeBois family.
Genexus, all the way up. Rise with us.
Once a geek, always a fan.
Dingoz create to conquer. Exit Red One, kita ganas. Play with pride.
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
To all of the HYVE International fans, thank you for the non-stop support and we will do our best to be at least make the Filipinos proud.
Jangan lupa saksikan 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Keep supporting us. We'll see you guys at 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Untuk fans, thank you sebab support kita orang and jangan lupa support kita orang dekat 2022 MYSGPH Fall. Alright, bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they start to speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na.
Yuhai.
Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, Yuhai, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At Yuhai, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng GEEK.
Malapit, GEEK fam. Kanyang team secret pala kanina. Pero right now, Yuhai goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Mako! This is tatlong teams. Great VIP, Dingoz and GEEK fam. Oh, UI managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the question. To work this out, it's Kido. Managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
free. Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Neo Speed Awakens. Ryumi, Dare to Leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hipfire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Sejauh mana Unlimited boleh pergi? Selamat datang ke The Unlimited Theory. Jamal suka main game. Jadi, kami nak tengok berapa lama dia boleh main game dengan plan Unlimited Yoodo.
Weh, satu game lagi? Bila nak habis?
Yoodo Unlimited. Ubah suai segalanya, tiada batasan.
It's a beautiful Saturday, and thank you for joining us here on the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Ball. This is Contract here along with Keith, and we're here to bring you a lot of chicken dinners to come. And of course, here comes the weekend, and we're going to have some splendid games coming your way.
Yeah, although my weekend started since Friday, I think. However, wasn't been so. I'm not too happy about what happened. Previously as well, I think Contra got a little blown tire on a Friday, so not the best start for all of us. But the weekend is still long. We're only midway through. Saturday is the day. We gotta reset our minds, and I hope some of these teams do the same thing as well, because we know the GEEK fam domination. But before we get into the game, a shout out to our sponsor here, the official smartphone partner. It's Realme with their brand new GT Neo 3. Okay, it brings you the state-of-the-art, first-in-its-class dual-chip display here in Southeast Asia called the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G, which gives you insane power efficiency to play long hours of gaming, a seamless game experience, and not to mention immersive as well.
That's right, and on top of that, if you guys love free stuff, you should check out our official digital telco partners, Yoodo, because they are providing you all the free data that you need to play PUBG Mobile. So scan that QR code right now and get your SIM pack sent to your doorstep.
Yeah, and so in case you didn't already know as well, brand new things happening with PUBG Mobile, making big moves, like one of them being moving onto TikTok as a platform here. So go on to TikTok right now, wherever you're from, Malaysia, Singapore, or PH. They have each individual account for the demographic, but if you want to be all versatile, you can follow all. I'm going to just name one of you here. Click PUBG Mobile MY Official for the Malaysians, PUBG Mobile Esports.SG for Singapore, and PUBG Mobile Official PH for the Pacific Islanders.
That's right. And of course, once again, if you guys are new to the PMPL, we're going to introduce you to all the things that you have to know to follow through with what these players are playing for. And of course, it's $150,000 on the line. Let's see who's going to be able to get it by the end of week 4. Now we're only on week 2, where we're about to get a closure. So let's start with this, as we got the schedule as well as the format for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH.
So we are right now week 2 of the Country League. Remember, there are 3 weeks to be played in the Country League, in which teams will play for position at every week. And by the end of that 1 week, they will get themselves bonus points based on where they finish within the entire 20 teams here. So that is called the bonus points. And then top 16 of the bonus point tally will then move on onto the country finals, which they will be playing 6 matches a day instead of 5. The top 4 going on to the C Championship, and the rest of them will have a chance again in the play-in later on.
That's right. We've already talked about the big chunk of the moolah, 150K on the line, and every single match that you have to get as much points as possible. How they got to do that is by scoring huge. So first place finish with the chicken dinner will award them with 15 points, 12 points for second, 10 points for third, and you see the number decreases by 2 every step of the way until 8th to 12th. They only get rewarded with 1 point. 13 to 16 will not be rewarded with any positioning points, and every single takedown that they get, they're going to be awarded with 1 point apiece. And you know who always gets many of them? GEEK fam.
Yeah, insane Terminators coming out from all 3 of the members here. But take a look at how the bonus point system works. So the weekly bonus is points awarded each week for the weekly rankings. It's just where they determine where they are within the 20 teams, and then where you are placed at the end of that week will get the league bonus points for the overall league stage ranking, which means if you're number 1 after 3 weeks, then you will get 20 points, as you see across the board here, and it tapers down until 1 point on the 20th spot. The total bonus will be the total weekly bonus points and the league bonus points combined, and that would be the initial points, which is the point at the start of the finals itself. So it's paramount that you end up the best position possible.
Points at the start of the grand finals. That's what we have to emphasize, because you cannot afford to lose any more points. Every single time that they get taken out early is another day of basically watching the rest of the competition go up. And speaking of the competition, we have all the groups here at your screen. We got HomeBois, Bosskurr, Team Secret, Team Hawk, Dingoz Esports, GEEK Fan, MAB, Team SMG, Yoodo Alliance, RSG, NC, Crit VIP, and you can definitely see the rest. But now we're looking at some of the best charts possible, and some of the best performing players in the league is currently coming out of GEEK Fan, as we're having stats from Micah as well as Yuhai.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo again on what Contra mentioned, they are just simply on fire. This team seems unstoppable, especially in day number 2. Comes day number 3, RSGs might be able to match them up in countless of times now, although GEEK still a very formidable force, averaging at about 14 eliminations in a single round they play, even when they don't get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and you just look at their coordination, and every single player basically secures their sector, although they do have some split formation going on, and most often than not, if Yuhai as well as Micah survives to the very late game state, their duo combined really puts a lot of other players to sleep. And just take a look at it again. This was a fight that Dingoz was not supposed to lose overall, and GEEK Fam, though they were out in the open, they've managed to still fight their way through. GEEK Fam definitely are the top team right now, still uncontested with so many points gathered up on this week itself.
Yeah, it's almost safe to assume that GEEK Fam is already running away for second week points, right? No one else is going to ever come close, especially with only 2 games left to play. That's essentially 8 games left in a week for every other team. I mean, unless you get an unrealistic chicken dinner every single game, there's no way you're going to catch up to the marginal difference that is ×2, right? ×2 and some more.
Yeah, we're talking about bonus points on top of it as well. And RSG, they have also bounced up on the charts and still has what it takes to also challenge GEEK Fam, like you said, as we see Brian being their all-star carry for the season overall. He's been doing so many things all over the map just to secure so many points back into the squad. Now, let's quickly take a look at the weekly rankings as we're approaching another brand new day.
Well, GEEK Fam right now, again, just towering the top here. 222 is the total points. I'd say that number is lucky as it is, but I don't think GEEK Fam is going to stop there. As we know, yesterday they had like 1-2 games that were great, but they did fall off some games way too early. Maybe a bit more consistent this time around. RSG stepping up to the plate, moved up onto number 2. SEM9 trailing by. Genexus is there. Tabah NSEA. Now that is a new face appearing in the top 5 for this week, because they only recently got into the top 5 brackets.
Yeah, over on 2nd all the way to 7th, we're expecting some shift to go all about, except for RSG. If they do get some good games, they could properly maintain their status quo, alongside with GEEK Fam, which will possibly remain untouched. We'll have to see how today goes, and we're going to be moving into our first map real soon. So GEEK Fam, as we have projected to have done well, the damage numbers, if you compare to even SMG or even Bosskurr, they're doing more than half of what they did.
I mean, they're doing way too much for GEEK Fam.
Indeed.
They are doing way too much. I mean, if I guess the second place team, RSC, had to post out a statement saying, dude, someone's got to stop GEEK Fam. They're going out scot-free. That's volume itself. But we will move on to this day itself. Match 1 is upon us with Sanhok being the first of the kind. Team ACDE will be playing, which means Group B, which means GEEK Fam will not be the ones contesting over in Sanhok, which is good news. That's windows for the rest of the teams.
That's right, and Sanhok overall has been challenged by some of all these teams who may not have gotten too much of a tempo on those big maps. One such team is going to be Team Bosskurr, which we saw while we put them over onto the screens when we go into Sanhok. So expect them to do pretty well once again. Yesterday, we did see Genexus really pulling in some punches as well when it comes down to maps inside of Sanhok. So who's to say they're not going to get it again?
I never doubt Genexus. I think they have what it takes, right? I think it was just unfortunate in some of those situations, but we'll break it down even later on. But good stuff. Are you ready for it? Because Ready for Love is now out on platforms, digital platforms. Yeah, it's the Blackpink and PUBG Mobile special track now released. And I don't know what the viewership numbers are right now, but I remember it being at 7 million in 7 hours. So you kind of average
It's probably 18 million by now.
Yeah.
I was listening on my way here to the studio, and I love it. The collaboration between Blackpink and PUBG Mobile has been around for a while, but now they coming out with a soundtrack. That's what all the fans have been looking forward to.
Yeah, I do wish they made their faces a little bit realistic. It's a bit dollish, but not into that, but it's
always
still a great collaboration. So right now, this is also something you can stand a chance to earn and grind, because the Royal Pass can be purchased on your own platforms here, on your own mobile devices, in which you can earn the Mecha Sanctum set. Look at the gold, look at the white. It just complements each other, and to be honest, this looks more expensive than its cost. Just gotta grind a little bit more.
Exactly, and if you're always on the grind for that chicken dinner, you should already get it as soon as you can, because every single game you play, you can easily just unlock more and more and cool stuff along the way. And speaking of which, it's time to predict who's going to be getting that chicken dinner. I'm putting my hopes on DBD this time around, because we've seen them doing so much work inside of Sanhok itself. They get an average of 6 to 7 elimination points when it comes down to this map, and I'm hoping they do so again.
Yeah, I mean, my one is self-explanatory. We just hyped on how capable Genexus are. It's just that in certain situations, I guess they're pincered like to circles that shifts away. But that one fight over in Miramar, I do think they should have won it against Team Secret, who held them back. And the second Miramar, which they played yesterday, it was just unfortunate that MUGEN was there. Virgil just shooting them down. They thought it was a mono and mono trying to push onto the compound where Tabah NSEA was. But enough of the milk that has been spilled and spoiled. Sanhok, that's coming in. Without GEEK Fam got the close to a chicken dinner yesterday. Do you think some of these teams, or like who else besides the ones that we voted, has stand a chance based on trends?
I think I've mentioned Bosskurr, and Bosskurr managed to close out that game yesterday inside of Sanhok. Then it was a high ground, low ground sort of situation, but they have the firepower to break out, though many of them have said, it's an island circle, it's all about who gets there first, and Bosskurr happens to be the right spot at the right time. So now I really want to see if it's going to go back into the main peninsula. We haven't really gotten all too many of those circles on the
south side,
southwest specifically.
I mean, if it does go there, then I think a lot of these teams might be out of their comfort zone, because if you notice, the teams who play it slow on the map of Sanhok just so happens to be all camping down in south. Like, they're always slowly rotating the game. Maybe you could argue that because the circle is never in their favor, they're playing things slow, but I'd like to see that one happen, right? We know that Axis plays that and RSG plays that, and then they're not the most aggressive things in Sanhok, if I'm not mistaken. But GEEK Fam is there, and they are not right now in this first Sanhok map. It's going to be interesting on who's going to take over GEEK Fam's spot.
Yeah, like, this is definitely a point that we really have to look at, because there are a lot of teams that are over onto its south side. So teams like RSG, if they're playing over on this map, then sure, they have been starting off around that Sami sector, a lot of loots for them to choose from, and they could basically spot some extras inside of the ruins itself, so that should be a clear passage if it ever goes back to either over onto the mainland, over onto the central area, or even on the eastern side. So they could play it really slow and nobody's gonna bat an eye.
Yeah, so my point was this, right? If we do get a southern circle, These teams who love to play slow is forced to play hold your ground against people coming in from the outside. Do you think they're well equipped for that? Or?
Should be, because it will take a lot of time before the circle shrinks. It's Sanhok after all, right? Like, first phase to 4, circle is, I mean, the blue zone's manageable. Overall, the damage doesn't seem to be all too painful for them to tank. So therefore, you see teams like Axis, they'll just stash as many of those first aid kits as they can. So it's all down to how they really play this one out.
Yeah, low risk, low rewards. That's what Axis has established themselves to be, especially playing the healing game, which got them all the way up to the top 3 position, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday. Or did SEM9 actually outlasted them? Either one of the two. But hey, no, you know what they say, after first and second place, you just can't, everything's a blur and a haze.
Indeed.
So, now going into the, let's say tomorrow, right? Livik's coming in onto the roster here. Like, what is the one thing you think that Livik is going to be a plus side, and what is the one thing that you think it's going to be a drawback?
I count Livik as a bonus point kind of situation. Only the top 12 teams will be playing inside Livik, because honestly, you can't fit everybody out there. So therefore, it's always going to be very dicey, a lot of fights happening over onto some of the main areas of play. But man, I guess like we're just going to have fun, we'll let it play out. I think that the players are also having that same mentality.
I mean, fair point, right? We're not accustomed to it, that's for sure. Like, nobody has yet to, you know, structure out a game plan, or we've actually seen a game plan on the Livik besides week number 1 where Choo Choo and Sir Cloud was casting. So it's going to be our first time casting Livik as well. I think we might most likely mess it up, but we'll do our best not to butcher it.
Well, I did have some show matches in there, but then again, like, show matches are show matches. It's not exactly in the competitive setting, so it's really boiling down to the top 12 to secure even more of those points. Like, I think by now, GEEK Fam definitely is going to be playing RSG
for sure
as well. There's no way that they will slide all the way down to the low tier team.
Of course not. They're in second place, and you only have 4 maps to lose every single day, right? And you can't lose points. You can only drift behind. So.
Unless you're telling me other teams are securing 30-point bangers per round, which is very highly unlikely. So, yeah.
But we are expecting that. We are expecting some of these curveballs to come in. I mean, HYVE International yesterday going all the way down to Los Egos. That was a questionable play, but it got them above HomeBois yet again.
That's right. And overall, when we take a look at HomeBois, sure, they have certain rounds that they look to be able to clinch some good pointers by takedowns, but I feel like late game, they have no idea how exactly to rotate, and we saw inside of Sanhok, HomeBois was punished by GEEK Fam. Maybe without GEEK Fam, I think they will have a better run.
And just so happens that this map, the first map of the day, we do not have GEEK Fam, so they should capitalize on this very moment right here. It is what it is, right? GEEK Fam has established themselves to be monsters and giants when it comes to the PMPL MYSGPH fall scene. And so, with them out, it's just so unfortunate that Sanhok is pretty much a little bit more RNG dependent than the rest of the competitive maps we have here. And this is the one that GEEK Fam is staying out. So I think this could be a great run from GEEK Fam today.
Indeed. Well, they will have a little bit of a glimpse of how other players play. Not that they really have to bat too much of an eye, because they're doing well for themselves. But overall, I think like studying the rest of the competitors to get yourself even more prepared to what's to come, you could basically raise all the way to the top every single week. And I think it's also very important for teams like GEEK Fam to chase on that PMGC points, the ticket to the Global Championship. Well, we still have 2 more weeks to go as well. So with that said, we'll leave that aside and we'll focus on what's about to happen here as we're going to be diving into Sanhok.
There we go. Now we bring the HYVE back up. A little bit too fast there, Contra. I thought you were going to stretch it, but now into the cultural islands that is Sanhok. Do you have the lore to enlighten me with?
here. I'm just gonna go back to stretching. I've done that in the morning already. Yeah. I could use some more stretch, I guess. So
Flexible. Oh, I wonder what it's for.
For health.
Oh, sure.
Of course.
I'm pretty sure you get by not being able to touch your toes. I haven't touched my toes in
I still
years.
can't touch my toes. Okay. Well, we start off from the north point here, and we're having this flight directed into Kampong. Doesn't really matter, right? Whichever flight, when it comes down to Sanok, you reach whichever part of the territories that you would desire. Because it's a 4x4, and plenty of times you'll be able to at least get some loots, even if you're not in the city, because some of these players would rather go on the outskirts and do distract loots. This time around, Circle will bring us into the central and northeastern point. Blanks versus Yoodo Alliance. One spot at the top side of the roof. I don't think he has any weapons at all. HYVE International opens up with their first blood.
Yeah, definitely no weapons for sure. Being on rooftop, I don't think it ever spawns up there, but hey, nothing wrong with wishful thinking here. Now, the circle that closed onto its northern side, I think you might be onto something here, because DBD, the first chicken they got in Sanok, was the one that closed on north, and it seems like it might just set up for the same case here.
Yeah, and currently for DBD, they're also breaking the 100-point mark already by the end of the round that we had yesterday. So it's going to be a little bit more of a chase for them to take on 4 rivals as well as Tabah NSEA and any other names that are above them. So Genexus this time, they won't have HYVE visiting them over in the corner, and things have looking to be improved for the Philippines representative, where they got themselves that first blood. But I didn't really manage to check. Where exactly were they located, though?
Well, HYVE, actually, yeah, you're right. You make a good point, but I think they might have just migrated someplace else, maybe outside or the outskirts of boot camp, because they do drop generally in the same area, but they got punished. It's good reason enough to strategize against that one. But Tabah NSEA Magic's the guy we saw earlier on. Also, this guy is insane. He's pulling rabbits out of a hat here. Remember how he clutched that against the rest of MUGEN in yesterday's last map?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to see him pull that sort of maneuver plays again. Like, actually go on the aggro, find the flank side to shoot him down. Surely, maybe you could say MUGEN is a bit on what was it, pressured by it, because they had a bunch of smokes up and they couldn't even see the rest of members of Tabah NSEA. But, well, I'd like to see that team rise back up at the occasion. It's good to see them here in the top 5 position already.
It's also good to see MUGEN here stabilizing as well. MUGEN now has chances to basically draw themselves up into a potential top 12 finish if they could possibly get some consistent games into the board. So yesterday, we saw how Virgil have brought them a possibility of a chicken dinner by taking down Genexus inside of Miramar. But when it comes down to Sanok, they haven't really found their footing. Usually in the early game, they'd be able to at least outlast some of all these teams. But now, approaching Tabah NSEA, they have to be careful. But Virgil, this time, has got the DPS ready.
Yeah, but he still has to be wary of his footing here, because NSEA, they have got cover fires coming in from the far side as well. Frankie, I think he knows. He spots the head out through the window. It's Nasty showing his skins. Going for it. Oh, Nasty. There we go. Gets shot down, but the trade is there. But the cover fire from the far side will somewhat take it. But with the numbers advantage, NSEA, they will lose one member. I guess that's one to pay for yesterday's match itself.
That's right. MUGEN coming in with a proactive approach with 2 men storming right through. BB shooting right back at the Blacks. He tries to repeat. And Luyu, right down over onto the corners of the hut, finds the angle. That's some really sick shot. I couldn't even see that guy from there.
Yeah, like how Genexus takes fight, it's always a treat to watch, right? Like the Long and Loyu especially, their shots just seem to hit the mark almost 90% of the times. And, well, here they are, Genexus with the rebirth, now painted in blue. It's just insane.
Yeah, overall, Genexus just knows how to get everyone to refrag and be on the same page very swiftly. Power communication. Speaking of power of communication, you could switch to Yoodo today by scanning the QR code that pops up on our screen, and you could play PUBG Mobile for absolutely free of charging of data and stuff like that. So yeah, lots of money to be saved for you guys.
And talking about things that are free, SEM9 just freely swam across the islands, got their way onto the main island actually. Scot-free again. We've seen Genexus pull that standoff, and now SEM9 already leaving their comfort zone. But not challenged just yet. But Putra, though, he seems to be the odd one out.
Yeah, Putra always giving the calls back to the team. The brand new in-game leader for SEM9 and Farang being co-captain this time have definitely improved the dynamics of the team. Putra has always been known as the hired machine, or should I say hired gun in specific, because he's like jumper, maybe not as flashy, but on multiple occasions, whichever team that he joins, he's always been able to come in with high frags and potentially an all-time record high holder of the top terminations in any single given league.
Yeah, talking about terminations, though, Bosskurr, I think by average has the best Sanhok. I could be wrong, but they've been stealing the camera numerous times now, especially that one time where they actually wiped off the rest of GEEK fam and got away with like 8 kills. Although out too soon, still they did decent amount of damage, and I think they are potential competitors when it comes to Sanhok.
Indeed. A little bit of a sleeper's town for now. 7 minutes, and we did get a little bit of action coming out of Genexus, HYVE International, as well as MUGEN. And we're about to be fired here. We talked about SEM9 as well as MUGEN. Now they lock horns by the corners of the oasis over on the northern side. Doesn't seem like they're going to be enjoying the water, but the blood spatters across the fields. Adepts hiding behind. Quick recovery coming in from Putra as well. SEM9 will not let go of this position, but they're also pushing really closely to MUGEN.
They are minding their footing though. They've got nades to toss on forward, but this is not clipped. Aries just punches his way through. Not given too much of a clue here, and well, got into point blank nearly distance, but not actually hitting the shot. And so that guessing game was not really of a failed gamble here, but not the best one either. And now Adips tosses more forward. Surely he's got an idea. Ooh, Putra takes a hefty amount of damage.
That's a huge nade coming out of MUGEN members out there. Amir, another grenade up. It's going to be locating the members of SEM9, and with that nade, it should eventually secure the kill. Adips either have to go in for a revival, but he's being stormed in by 3 members of MUGEN. They're going for a swift approach, and he does get one, but will be dropped instead. And 9 for a 9. But 2 members are down from the side of SEM9. They're getting depleted by MUGEN, and MUGEN quickly has to go in for the revive. Putra as well as Adips limping back. The smokes are not going to provide all too much because MUGEN is back on attack.
My god, MUGEN again. Remember how they suppressed SEM9 in Sanhok yesterday? They're doing it again, and it seems like this time they're going to do it cleanly and secure that kill. 2 members of SEM9. 1, Putra is confirmed in the graves, Lord of Harm, up on a rock, but that might just be his tombstone.
He's quickly healing up, but there might not even be time for now. They try to crawl right in, and they do get one shot perfectly onto Harm. Now it's only down to Deb to turn this one around. Still entirely possible. Members of MUGEN not entirely healthy. This grenade is going to clip them up as well. Virgil coming in from the back, though. This is going to be a far toss coming out of Deb. Not going to be able to land perfectly, and Deb, he will have to run for his life. There's nothing much of a saving grace here, but Deb, he connects that grenade onto Nasty. 1 versus 3, still trying, and he does toss the Molotov to flush them all out. And it's Arman pushing out, and they have stopped SEM9 on their tracks. MUGEN sweeps him off the floor.
If this wasn't a statement, I don't know what else is. That tells MUGEN that they are good enough and they should be playing on the aggro. This was a convincing victory taken by MUGEN despite having the first info going to the side of SEM9. SEM9 saw 3 members, but the rotation didn't happen. He thought you could maybe clutch it out onto all 3 members on themselves and bit a little bit more than they could chew. And SEM9 now out. 16 plays too soon, they say.
Yeah. RSG is now back into the Paradise Resort grounds. DBD hasn't really revealed himself throughout the rest of the match, as they may have actually heard some scuffles around the corner. This used to be prime real estate around the Paradise Resort areas, but now the Blue Zone is basically getting many of these teams to strategize slowly. Team Secret lose the corner of Tabang, really far away from where they should be. But Aizen's about to make a move. He only has 1 pack to work with. 15 bandages is more than enough at the very least for the time being.
Well, they will have to look to accumulating even more if they're playing and planning towards the late game heal game here. Meanwhile, Aizen, great pickup from Team Secret, adding more firepower onto their arsenal here. However, he's been one of those players who gets shut down in the first few engagements. So we haven't seen much of his stride just yet. If anything, he has his moments. Can he take that moment, make it happen, make opportunities from himself in this first game of the day that could just set Team Secret up, who hasn't have quite of a good run in week number 2. Maybe a good first game could set up for success in the future next 3 games that they will be playing.
But still relatively impressive as well when it comes down to Team Secret, because the way that they have possibly performed, sure, they're not in their usual winning ways for the time being, but take a look at that. Currently at number 9, potentially chasing upon Yoodo Alliance as well. Crit VIP now also playing by the Blue Zone. They already got total of 90 points. Yoodo Alliance now tries to seek out players from 4 rivals. It's going to be tough to actually get anybody by the top side of the hills. It's going to be the corners of Ban. And it doesn't seem like there's anything in sight.
Yeah, meanwhile, Genexus has free reign onto bootcamp. Usually they find themselves contested. But Team HYVE, they don't try and contest this, nor did HYVE International, which is probably a smart thing to do. Not to trade firepower against the likes of the boys in Genexus here. Just to echo your sentiment, although Team Secret, you said it's still, doing relatively okay this round. They are in 9th place, but that is excluding Group B themselves, and which is why you see RSG at number 1, and the rest have fallen through. But also, contrasting that from their week 1 performance, they ended the whole week at 2nd place.
True enough. It's really interesting how every single week we get something brand new.
Except GEEK fam, they've been up there.
It's still something new though for week 1. Like everybody was waiting to see how UHI would contribute into the GEEK fam roster, and he basically goes to work and just basically storm on through every step of the way. And as we are getting ourselves that circle by the northern side of Quarry, now 4 rivals. They will be securing the northeastern side of the point. Meanwhile, look at who's in the middle. Team Bosskurr perfectly setting themselves up for success.
Well, it's not going to be an easy setup here because Team HYVE, Farang, they're all pushing in eventually, and that's going to be a worry on your hand. But there is a cross point here, that little houses by the crossroads. That is a huge pickup for 4 rivals. We know that they used to, and still do, play around that checkpoint. 1 member down, secured here by Yoodo Alliance. They get 1 kill at the very least. HomeBois tricks. No wonder how Iron Pro find themselves into the graves, but they're still in fighting condition.
Yeah, Funky though, he's all alone in the other opposite side of the shack, so one of the members of Farang will have to cross over. HomeBois now pushing forward. They should be able to at least close right in, and they're doing it really swiftly. And therefore, Stone has to quickly go in to resuscitate his fallen brethren. Wow, such an ancient word.
Brethren.
Brethren. Oh, boy.
Nordic at best. Man, we can save that one for Livik, man. We get all we'll have a day to study up all the Nordic terms and finally come in sounding like we're pretentious Skyrim players.
What about Swedish? Like we're gonna go totally IKEA on that one.
I can't even pronounce IKEA stuff, man. Don't even try. They've got different language, different rules to the letters.
I was paying a visit quite recently because my chair broke. Yes, my my chair
What were
broke.
you doing on it?
I was just on my computer playing some games. And speaking of that, I'll hold that for the moment because we got another fight going on. This time, Vigor wants to avenge his fallen brethren. Dropping in the grenade onto Yoodo Alliance. And meanwhile, Team Secret is also up to something. Just trolling right behind the members of HomeBois now, going for some exchange with the surprise shots of the M4. Bredo also on the lookout through the boot camp as well. But the blue zone is coming by really closely, and there you go. Leo, how does he even see those movements out there? Trolling by the corner of the tree. Gets one member of HYVE International knocked. Edo 10, this is the second time being knocked down, and he's crawling right back. But that also signals the rest of Yoodo Alliance to push upwards.
Yeah, but Vigor's got his eyes on the likes of Olayo, who has been behind the tree for the most part. But he needs his attention up front because Helton and another one of his friends, Adik Luke, the two duo, takes a nade out. Gets one onto Blanks, HYVE International. They can't be called a HYVE if it's only the Queen Bee that's running away. Vigor vigorously getting out of this situation.
I'm not too sure if he's actually Queen Bee, but I'll take it. I'll take it. And he has to fall back all the way into the the bond grounds again. Excuse me. Team Hawk, as well as HomeBois, somehow keep themselves alive. And it's going to be Ares from Mugen that will find a member against Team Secret as they try to move into the areas of boot camp. More shots being supplemented by a member of, and that's going to be Kid on top of those hills, leaving only Isaac, the only one inside the compounds here to play. Amir tries to hold him off. Meanwhile, Team Hawk, they might have seen Bart jumping around.
Yeah, with that
Can
sort
he
of...
run, though? It's a red dot sight that he's holding.
With that sort of attachment, I doubt he'd get any of the kills. But hey, we don't know. Maybe they might be built different in some sort of way. But Mugen, though, really stepping up their plate. 6 kills. And still 4 members. Honestly, if they played like this and like they did last night, there is no doubt whatsoever they're going to make it onto the top 12 and they'll get the chance to play in Livik.
I absolutely think so. And keep in mind, HYVE International, if they do secure a top 4, they could still make it harder for Mugen to move upwards, though. Farang Guerilla, this hasn't been their best map thus far. But we did see a glimpse of brilliance from them when they take on Crit VIP yesterday. Lurking behind them, strikes 3 players down from the shadows. And speaking of striking out, 1 player out of Mugen being tagged by Team Hawk.
Team Hawk is one of those names who really outperformed the rest of the competitions. Comes in week 1. Week 2, they're not doing too bad, but they've drifted from a great momentum and now just seemingly very passive. And as I say that, I gotta hold my thoughts here because Yoodo Alliance, as you mentioned, not having a great map, not having a great life, just getting shot down from all angles, not even pinpointing on who might be the one who's taking them out. But Team Hawk now up against Mugen.
Ranger starting off with inside center, marking onto Adik Luke. Adik trades back, but he's all alone, and RSG has got majority of the members here that didn't really have to be all too concerned about the current circumstances. But eventually they have to step out of the shack. Izane flip inside of the boot camp grounds. Wouldn't be able to do anything at all. He does at least pick one up inside of Mugen. But then again, no points being secured. Doesn't seem like it wasn't really his kill. And he's just going to unload every single clip before he bows out.
Yeah, the people coming in, teams coming in from this side of this circle is just, I don't know, it's hard. It's nearly impossible because look who's gatekeeping them, right? Genexus is right up front to make sure anyone who passes by gets shot down dead. And DBD under gunfire right now by both Genexus and RSG.
They're trying to move forward, but then again, once you do, Genexus will just hold them by their necks. Same goes to Tabah NSEA as well. RSG has got some really good position going on. Isaac gets spotted out instead. Team Hawk gets that free pointer by knocking him on the ground. And Kid has to play the healing game. 19 first aid kits though, and this is only phase 5. I'm not sure if 19 is enough.
No, he has to find his way across the circle, play a snake after that. Then maybe, just maybe, when it goes down to the top 8 teams and he starts the healing game from then on, maybe the chances are there. But seems like that is Team Secret gets taken out, right? Someone got burned down in the blue. Well,
yeah.
Surely not Kid. With 19 med kits, he should still be alive now.
We see so many healers outside. We have Olai, Insomnus, Kacang Susu, Mango. Every team has a healer of their own as a backup. And we see Iman going in to tear down some members of Axis Red One. Almost taking out Hey Noob as well. Now the rest of Bosskurr have to also supplement in terms of firepower. HYVE goes down to 15. Now they spot out Farang Legends. Well, Farang Guerilla once again is getting tagged. Bravo. Hiding in between. He could have actually landed a shot if Asphar really checked it closely.
Crit VIP getting gunned down by 4 rivals themselves. DBD actually found themselves favorable in the circle, but there are only 2 members left. Genexus, on the other hand, though, doing numbers, picking up those kills. Team Hawk just willy-nilly making their way through. And we've seen how a passive gameplay could benefit them towards the late game here. They've put the likes of GEEK fam to the test once. They can do it again with the remaining of the squads here, but Pemburu will be the sole survivor of this team.
Bosskurr stuck by a rock. Doesn't seem like any team will easily walk directly into the circle right now. Every other team is just hugging by the corners, just waiting to strike. But at least they managed to save Asphar in time. RSG have gathered up 5 takedowns already. And we saw Ranger securing a few. With Tam now, men marking onto Heikel. And speaking of RSG, they have Pemburu knocking down Luke. Tam already being eliminated outside of the play zone. Not enough packs, and Ranger will have that nade drop right in front of him. But enough members of RSG to come in to rescue for the time being. 16 packs though for Farang Guerilla. And they rely on Bravo to try to go in for those frags. Another big nade, and RSG, they're in scrambles. One after another, they fall, only leaving Brian behind.
He was burned though. Oh, he's running into the fire again. Will he actually burn to hell? Brian, he's making it work, but is he just prolonging the inevitable as we had spots out? Bravo, a Bravo performance by him. Scouts out, eliminating the rest of RSG.
And this guy just shut off the entirety of the team all by himself. Also, maybe with a little bit more help coming in from the rest of the squad, but 6 elimination points will go in favor of RSG at the very least, securing a top 9 finish. Could have been their game to take if they have a wider spread.
It could. Could have, should have, would have. But Bosskurr making their way into the circle.
Get that cutie.
Team Hawk has to move though, but look at Genexus trailing right behind him. I think Team Hawk just found themselves in a sticky situation as well. No, damn cutie gets taken out there. Good shot from Zigzag. Didn't have to do too much. And they still have no idea on where he is. But Zali tries to make an approach. Behind the tree, will connect. Plants the seed, and it was none other than Zigzag who will pay the price.
Yeah, it's only down to Asphar that will be playing for Team Bosskurr for the chicken dinner, while one more will be inside of the blue zone. Well, not exactly. He's the only one left. But then again, they could go in for the revival. Here comes Buvudo. Your prediction of Genexus starting to come into fruition. But there's still Team Hawk with 3 members left. So it's between these 2 teams. Meanwhile, Crit VIP still having Insomnus healing up. Farang Legends will still have Kacang Susu. Well, wait a minute.
There was a smoke.
Scared us for a moment.
Oh wait, that wasn't it. Keeps blowing up here, but oh well, Team Hawk, although they were the first movers behind them, was the cancer that spurts here, takes them out one member at a time with Bosskurr pincering the likes of Team Hawk. Only Zully left alive. Genexus can maybe go in and rebuild their allies, pick those brothers up and maybe fight for another day, but the circle favors nobody.
And nobody is left outside of the blue zone as well. Here comes Zigzag again, trying to claim her life, but it's going to be Pew that will fight off the rest of Team Hawk, and that only leaves Genexus here with the most members to play out. Zigzag being so lethal, so sneaky on the attack as well. Bravo hasn't revealed himself all too much, and nobody gets the circle. Somebody has to find their way in. Grenades being lobbed right in. Bravo now will eventually be compromised of his location. That grenade will be able to seal the deal. Southboy will burn him up, and that leaves only Genexus, and Pew gets taken out, but they will still claim the dinner.
Genexus, the boys in blue, finally did it after many attempts over in Sanhok. They only came in close to a top 3, but this time round, a winner chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok. My God, proud is me.
Well, it wasn't all too hard to guess, right? But overall, Genexus, they're back in action again, and they start off on a strong note. So we're going to be seeing a lot more out of Pew and co. Overall, I think that Genexus have been playing a very controlled pace of the game throughout the run inside the Sanhok, and well, everybody else were finding it really hard because there was barely any cover around this circle located in between the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but I mean, one thing we know for sure about Genexus is they can really shoot, right? Like that's hands down, non-debatable. We've seen how Lung and Luyu performed for the boys in blue here. And I think Team Hawk got really close. It just so happens that they were pincered between Bosskurr and Genexus coming in from behind, so they didn't expect that one coming. But man,
this fight though, MUGEN has won it out against SEM9.
That was a big highlight as well. I mean, they've gone head-to-head against each other in previous Sanhok matches, and even that one, it looked like they could win out.
Yeah.
Fight.
And basically, MUGEN is the one that will be able to strike the Titans out there, while RSG, things looked so good for them in the early game until they got spotted out by other players from Farang as well.
Yeah, they got wiped out. That one member against the 3 of RSG. That one felt a little bit iffy there, but they were playing on open, and it was a grenade that took most of them out. So it's nothing you know you could have done besides predicting a 50-50 there. So
that's true. Well, DBD, they tried to fight on the outskirts, and the blue zone this time very treacherous. And what I'm glad to see is that none of the guys from the healing meta have made it true, and it was basically all about the fight to the top by the very end, and Genexus was boss.
They definitely were. Not the Bosskurr who tactically tried to shoot them down. Zigzag had got clear sights there, but man, it's Luyu who's still alive, one of their top fraggers in the team. Immediately coming in with the refrag, securing that one. Congratulations again, Genexus, a long time coming here, finally getting their Sanhok chicken. I'm pretty sure this is not their first Sanhok chicken, but they came in close many times now.
That's true, and Bosskurr, so long as they remain to be consistent, they should be able to at least put themselves up into a top 5 standing. Meanwhile, Farang will come up with 14 points of their own, Team Hawk with 11, 7 points being shared between both Quick VIP as well as RSG. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance as well as 4 rivals with 6 together with MUGEN, which is great to see. And Axis 5 and the rest of them will have similar points as well. Let's take a look at Camper as he has gotten himself the MVP title for the first match of the day.
Yeah, let's take a look and break down the contribution. 1 elimination, 693 damage, 34% team contribution, 172 meters longest elimination distance, and 3.1 MVP points. But man, that one kill though, that one kill. Tell me about it.
Oh man, Camper, he
living up to the name.
He does. Overall, we have to take into the weekly rankings now. SEM9 getting pushed downwards and Genexus will have to thank MUGEN for that. Now they move into the top 3, but 10 more points to chase against RSG. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA, Dingoz, 4 rivals will remain to be in place. Bosskurr now moves up to the top 10 after a tremendous performance coming out of Zigzag.
Yeah, and MUGEN, unfortunately, after all that, their best run yet still finds themselves in 19th place, only shying away from HYVE International because of the ranking point, which takes utmost importance when it comes to finding yourself within the leaderboards ranking here. So, MUGEN they're already on a hot suit. They have to just continue this trend because 6 kills from the Singaporean team and wiping out Malaysia's best SEM9 should be telling enough that you can take fights and you might as well just go ham at it.
That's true, and overall now they are also tied with HYVE International at, well, I would say 18 and 19 respectively. So it's the race upwards between these two to make it into the top 16. So let's go into the recap here as we have Genexus bagging in a total of 7 elimination points. They were from bootcamp all along. But it's not just about them staying put because they have been able to move out and about and start to play numbers surely and steadily. And how they would possibly rotate is to potentially see, okay, early game, they haven't moved. But afterwards, they just go into the next compound. That's where they met up against the rest of Tabah NSEA. And even Team HOG have been there around these hills for the longest of time. And eventually, the final few fights will be located upwards where Team HOG is at.
Yeah, I mean, Genexus has played bootcamp for the longest time. I think until 5th circle is when they finally had to move, but thank God they did because bootcamp became such a death zone for a lot of these teams. MUGEN, Team Secret themselves getting taken out at that point. Team HOG took out HomeBois, so that, I mean, it's a 2v4, so you could see that one going out that way. DBD, though, I was surprised because they found themselves favorable in circles, but it seems like because of Genexus taking out 2 members, they didn't have much to play around with, and RSG came in punished with also Tabah NSEA has now got eyes on them, and that's why they didn't fare too much forward, unfortunately, for your prediction here. But 4 rivals, they're a team who I kind of snooze on this match alone. Like how did they bow out? I wouldn't know.
Well, overall, they were playing by the far eastern corner of the map. They did manage to stop some members of Crit VIP, but at the same time, there was also RSG as well as Bosskurr, which have been able to badly trade it out against them. And it made it really hard, especially with Bravo on the other side, to also be on that Bay watch. Well, there's no Bay over on the other corner, but it doesn't really matter, as we have Genexus, who have some slight elevation on their side, and also they will be able to eventually seek out the rest of Team HOG, and it led to the situation where they basically outnumber everybody else.
Yeah, I think they just got pincered, right? Team HOG was in between Team Bosskurr and Genexus. Genexus actually had to push uphill to get onto Team HOG, but obviously, Team HOG didn't expect them to be there. Got backstabbed. That's one of the worst ways to go about. What can you do? You're in a sandwich position and they will eat you up like bread and eventually take home the chicken dinner. It's a weird transition that we're going from carbs down to protein, but I will mention the thing that do make sense. That is the Realme GT Neo 3. Brand new gaming flagship coming out from Realme. Go check that one out. State-of-the-art Dimensity of MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset that brings you dual chips within a single phone and promises you power efficiency, a seamless gaming experience, and an immersive gameplay. Go check that one out. Once again, Realme GT Neo 3.
That's right, and you do it better. If you do have Yoodo, and why is that so? Because you could play PUBG Mobile for absolutely free without any charges to your data and additional causes out there. So they are our official digital telco partners, and we thank them for supporting us every single season, every step of the way. So far, things are looking pretty good for all the teams out there. And of course, if you spot out moments that you like or you want to give shout out to your favorite player, do it on TikTok because PUBG Mobile is currently on the TikTok platform. Be the one with the TikTok challenge and follow our official PUBG Mobile TikTok at PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile Official PH.
Yes, that's all you gotta do. Just hit the like and follow because it's TikTok, right? Great content there, and even if you're already gonna be on it, if it's not for PUBG Mobile content, for something else, so you might as well just hit another follow on the page. Wouldn't mess up your algorithm. I promise you that much.
Okay, I mean, like, I don't really care about those numbers, like algorithms and stuff. No, but if you want to be...
I meant the algorithm for the For You page, right? The content that you'll be bombarded with.
You love the attention?
Yeah. What?
That's what you're saying?
No, that's not it. It's like... Okay, you know what? I'm not explaining myself. It's TikTok.
Well, oh well, go follow him if you can find
No, I don't have TikTok, unfortunately, but if you do, just follow PUBG Mobile. Now, moving on forward. What do we have here? Next game is going to be Erangel. Sanok, we'll wrap that one out. Who do you think came out a little bit short? Who do you think was underwhelming that game?
SEM9, definitely. Like, SEM9 and Sanok definitely wasn't up to anyone's par, where they choose some really tough fights to play about and pushing for even in whatever team it is. MUGEN now have shown us that they have that firepower to take big teams down. It's like SEM9's attempt definitely was a botch one overall, where they're just tunneling down the vision on that single angle, and after one member falls, the rest will follow.
Do you think that might just be attributed to the way SEM9 likes to take fights, where they always have one person positioned far end, like a little bit too far, where they can't come in and with the support fire?
I think it's a little bit of both. Like, I think when it comes down to that position itself, playing far wouldn't reward you with anything.
Yeah, because
it's a cove, right? So it's like this circle where, imagine creative fields. So even if you have this guy over on this side, you can't see through the other
how they positioned themselves. There were 3 up front, 2 got taken down, and then Deb had to run his way over, which took quite a while before the backup came in. And obviously MUGEN was for 4-man party. But take a look at the overall stats. Contra, walk them through this. What does these mean?
Well, overall, there were a lot of players that were playing the healing game, and therefore you see a lot of amount of total heals as well as less total elimination points because they drop outside of the zone. But overall, I think like it's quite standard close quarter combat that we see when it comes down to open terrain plays as well. But Camper has did the most damage throughout and have been the MVP most often than not. The MVP, just for a tip, do the most damage, you'll be there.
Yeah, and the next game we're going to have is the first Erangel of the day here with Group A, B, D, and E playing Group C, taking quite of a snooze. That means we will bid a short break for Yoodo Alliance, RSG, Tabah NSEA, and Crit VIP. Now RSG, maybe they could use this time to reset their composure a little bit. Yoodo Alliance did get a little bit of kills onto their end. Tabah NSEA seemed like very promising as well, but Crit VIP and RSG, they have to come in stronger comes the next game on forward, and this is the team to focus.
That's right, and when we come back with this, GEEK fam on board once again. Expect high tempo play coming out of a team that have gotten the most frags, the most ranking points throughout the game. Tabah NSEA, like you said, is also matched on par with SEM9 currently. 1 point of difference when it comes down to positioning. But DBD, yeah, they've been working hard for it. So they have amped out their firepower overall. But there's a lot of different winners inside Erangel specifically. We take a look at so many of all these games. The Genexus have won a few, and I think the names interchange on the daily, except when it comes down to back-to-back chicken dinners. That does happen from time to time. And if you guys have blinked, you might have actually missed that there's actually a brand new music video and also a collaboration with Blackpink that's happening throughout this weekend. You can catch their virtual concert and check out their brand new song. On top of that, get the brand new outfits as well as voice pack if you want Jenny or Rose, any one of the members to speak to you. Go ahead, claim it for yourself, and many more to come.
That sounds almost sad. Hey, I need someone to talk to. Let me just get this voice pack. Oh, yeah.
Your heart will melt if they talk to you.
But what about this? Give this one on for change. Maybe some motivational voices screaming into your ears, and that's none other than the two stars of KL gangsters themselves, Malek and Shark, with this collaboration with PUBG Mobile. Imagine them saying things like, Lu, pick it up on, rush on forward, man. Isn't that motivating? And then you die and get sent off to the
I wonder
lobby.
if that's actually part of the voice pack.
No,
I'll have to find out, but every Wednesday is when you want to really invite your friends all along for Rabu Badu. Get 3 chicken dinners and you'll be rewarded. And, well, I'm not going to tell you what the prize is. Keith will.
Yeah, it's a skin. It's a skin you can get, and you can get it for free. It's called the Lilac Attack suit, right? Which is a good thing. Look at that. It's like neon splattered onto your apparel. But talking about apparel being splattered, here is some nature taking over this helm right here for the brand new release of Blackpink X PUBG Mobile. It's called Ready for Love, and I hope you're ready for it because 8 million people or 18 million people was, especially during on the release, we got it about an average of 1 mil per hour here. You can contribute into making that record-breaking numbers. Just go over to YouTube and watch this one. And, well, maybe even earn the skin right here. What's it about?
Well, it's the Macca Anthem set that you could only get it through the Royal Pass M13. And it doesn't really cost you all too much. So make sure you do have some of all these extra tickets that you could possibly use. Just spend it right out of your way. So don't say that we didn't tell you because it's only going to last throughout the season.
Yeah, I like how you ended that. Don't say we don't give you nice things. Just like this one right here, where they're actually putting up a watch party for you to catch in your home ground here if you're Malaysian and from Selangor. You can catch that one on the Paradigm Mall, which already passed, unfortunately. If you're from Johor, it's happening right now. I think, or actually, we might have passed that one 31st July. Ooh, I'm a bit backdated here, but you can look forward to Perak with Ipoh Parade on the 6th to the 7th of August and Surya Sabah 13th to the 14th of August to catch both PMPL and PMCT in the big screen.
That's right. Overall, there's so many things that you can check out, and you could basically hang out with the rest of the people who enjoys PUBG Mobile like you do. So don't waste any time. In fact, currently it's live in Johor, so you should be there in Paradigm Mall.
There was an opportunity there. Here's who we think is going to get the chicken dinner for this next match here. Obviously, I'm going with Geek Fam. Geek Fam's coming in. They're fresh-faced, woke up, and they just feel like doing destruction. That's them. But why HYVE International? That's a new thing.
Yeah, overall, I compare their performance over on the past couple of days, and we've seen them rise up in the form of tempo that they play. Maybe in the early game, a tad slow, but if they do make it into the mid as well as late game, they have been able to at least secure a top 4 or even top 2 finish. But I haven't seen that in Angle, and I'm just giving them a little bit of a motivational booster to basically push their way through for their chicken dinner here on week 2.
You think they should go out hunting some of these teams? We've seen yesterday
hunting, maybe not.
But they won that against
but I think
Tabah
they
NSEA
should
Los
start emulating like Geek Fam, take that high ground, fight some people out there. Don't back down.
Well, you need a U-High for that one to happen.
They got 4 Pro, they got Edo 10, they got Vigor. I think
I don't hear U-High in
man.
You know how it is. Even there was a
transfer to the PH.
That was actually a content podcast that was posted out on the community page, and they mentioned how U-High just has a certain style, and if you match him with a team who doesn't keep up with only his style and his tempo, it falls apart. That's why they didn't get desired results when he was in BTR. But now Geek Fam, everyone just going charge with U-High in the up front, taking the lead. I think this is it. This is the best Geek Fam has ever gotten.
Yeah, I mean, Damroot as well as their other members previously have been able to match up, but not at this certain level where basically they have been playing more strategically. But here we are into our first round of Angle in map number 2 here on the Saturday run of the PMPL MYSGPH. We're going to be flying through the past Mount Stalber all the way into Georgia Pole, I assume. So this is very much skewed towards the northern end. Okay, it goes further down. So at the very least, it reaches Quarry. Yep, that's right. Geek Fam, all the way. So there's going to be a few areas that's going to be hard to reach, especially Milta. RSG, if they're going to be playing, they will be struggling. Are they missing out on this match or what?
If they get the circle the way it does over in Gatka Quarry Ferry Pier, and it's again another Geek Fam stronghold. They've simulated that run many times now.
That's right. And back to my fact, RSG is not playing in this group, so it's going to be fine for them because this flying wouldn't have favored them anyways. But overall, I think like most of the teams, they will be scattered all across as per usual. Nothing to worry about. And Team HYVE, they're going to be moving into the Gatka or even the south side further down to reach to where they need to be because no access to Noe at all.
Yeah, they have to adapt and I guess improvise. I mean, this is them, right? They even with when the circle favors otherwise, they will still trailblaze their way onto Nova Rapinoe. No exception. That's just how disciplined they are and sticking to a single game plan. But that brings out the argument or the conversation. Should you be flexible enough to play when things get, it clearly seems out of reach?
Now, bringing in Leto for Axis Rate 1 as the changes have been made. Kachasusu being the expert of Sanok, take a rest. But back to your point, like Team HYVE, no strangers to invading territories and have high success rate on doing so. So, honestly, not too worried about them at all. This time, Zillin comes in exchange for Izane. Zillin has been with the team since the past season, but could only make his way to play only on this season onwards. This boy, scouted out by the members of Team Secret as well as the management team itself, has been banking on the hopes that this child prodigy will be able to make them go back to their glory days.
Well, they're holding hopes to it, which is good. They've got motivation going in, and Man Parang now brought in, which, based on the interviews yesterday, means that their current in-game leader is a bit shaky, and he needs a little bit of an extra boost from the veterans himself.
Yeah, and I think like this is already as stable as it gets for SEM9, and especially with that previous round, it didn't seem like there was much that they could have gotten out of. To my surprise, HomeBois have brought out Iron Pro, and they will sub in 6 this time around, making it a very classic X-Team SMG roster, I would say.
Yeah, it's literally, I guess, the DNA is there. The interchangeable players, I think they were already part of them once in their entire careers here. So I would go with that as well. I would call them the X-SMG, but I'm not going to get flack for not mentioning their current team names here, so I will give them that much respect. However, DBD, that's a new team name that's coming into the entire league here. Where did they got that one out from?
DBD coming in, honestly, it's just a little bit of rebrand of R2K, so it's just a little bit of interchange of name. I don't think that there is too much to be different from the squad.
So you're saying that R2K actually changed their name, like rebranded, or is this a different entity altogether?
I think it's a rebrand overall.
Oh, that's very odd. Very odd.
Yeah, you gotta ask Escape and Jahat for that. If ever the case, he's boss. Now, quiet town inside Pachinki. Don't you miss the days where there's always battles inside Pachinki?
Yeah, I guess because there's always battles in Pachinki, people straying away from it. And only like the toughest of nuts would actually drop onto it and contest the likes of it. SEM9 though, now in prison, I believe. Nearby a prison. Because they have switched the drop spots a couple of times now. And this season is one of them. They used to go all the way up in Severny, but they no longer do that anymore. And now, Geek Fam here, Georgia Paul, will be stepping in containers for the time being. Tippy-tappy.
No tippy-tappy. No tap-tap-tap. Just the sound of footsteps everywhere across the map. As we want to focus our attention on Team HYVE.
as they have finally made their way into Novo. A tad late though. So wonder how they will be finding their way through this entirety of the match. It's only 5 minutes of play, and we only expect them to move all about over on the span of the 10th minute mark. So 4 more minutes for Zully to get what he needs. Got the level 3 helmet at the very least. No boosters, no bandages, only 2 first aid kits.
But I mean, this is like, again, I hate to be the broken record, but Team Hawk seems very rigid with their game plan and structure, which is a good thing. But also to a certain extreme, this game comes with a lot of unpredictability. You ought to be a bit more flexible in playing things out. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe the slow rotation into the circle could actually benefit them in the long run, since they did get taken out from being backstabbed or being in the center way sooner than the rest of them. So playing late might just be their forte.
Perhaps so. But you don't want to be too late to the scene, not getting any sort of intel at all. Now, over onto the school grounds without Crit VIP in this game. Four rivals extend their loot from the corners of Rozok into this territory, having some easy stash. Meanwhile, Dingoz books the top of Mount Gatka for the time being. We gotta be wary of the position of GEEK Fam as well, because GEEK Fam is still inside of Georgia Pole overall. GEEK Fam probably will have no issues challenging. Meanwhile, the Genexus on the drive. There's MUGEN right at the bottom. So
could we see another upset though? MUGEN versus Genexus. Wonder how that one would turn out.
I could only wonder, but Genexus is not really driving their way any longer. So take a look at Luyu's average damage, 300 damage per round. That's me rounding off to 99.5.
299.5. Where would they get the 0.5 from? I mean, it's an average. We get it.
Yeah, I guess like overall in every single match, all combined. And with Luyu, just moving all into the northern zones here, we should actually take a look at the mini map on where it really brings us through, because it seems like teams are still all over the place, but there are a lot more over on the northern side instead. As four rivals are just storming their way into ruins, 3 cities to loot from. They're basically very stocked up.
Everyone playing super safe. Obviously, it's only minute 8. No one has actually come in contact with each other. I mean, if they did as well, they're not looking to take fights this early in, especially when the circle is large and the area is big enough for the both of them. So they will, you know, just make rotations right now, playing the prediction game, hoping that it might just close onto them, give them a bit more favor within the next few circles. Bosskurr the same. It's ooh, but I can't say the same for Team Hawk, because Zali just got shot down into, well, 20% of his HP. Was that a shot? No, that was the blue zone. No, that was tank in the blue zone till he's nearly dead.
Well, I think like maybe a little bit of both could have been a flip as well. Doesn't seem like
oh my god,
it's gonna look all too good, because HYVE International is also on the same trail, and they're all driving towards the direction of HomeBois. The circle moving further up in towards the northern territory again. Like late movers here don't really get much advantage.
Yeah, because you're gonna be tapered down towards the access onto the next island here. If you notice, at least it's Georgia Pole for GEEK Fam. But the loot crate did fall onto Zarky, and some of the players said that's one of the good bet to make when in terms of circle closing.
Yep. Overall, it's down to where you drop as well. And over onto that north point there, I think the likelihood of it closing all the way to Zarky or its outskirts is now very likely. You know, Team Secret moves into the midpoint between the rest of the South Georgia Pole area. I'm surprised they didn't really opt for the bridge instead. Snipes already zooming into the head of Fredo. Could be seeking out the first blood with the Mosin Nagant. Snipes pulling out the sniper, and Team Secret don't really want to take that risk. Lucky spotted out, but I don't think that belongs to Team Secret.
Yeah, but another team immediately tries to hide their vehicle, knowing that it's such a rotation-heavy game for the time being. The new circle, I guess that's why nobody's taking too much risk, but SEM9 might have to take their chances up against Axis as they drive by each other. They have equipped their weaponry on the likes of Axis. Will they trade fire? No, it seems like this compound, this sniper's nest, will be in contention, and SEM9, being the late ones to come on in, will have to just let it go.
Dell driving alongside with Riff goes for a little bit of a detour as compared to moving further up front.
Oh no, DBD.
MAB on the spine of this hill. It's gonna hear those engines roar from DBD. It was DBD that was being shot by Snipes, I do believe. Now they retreat into the compound where Axis likes to hang out. Because of Axis, they march right in to the territories of SEM9, sorry, Team SMG, but they're all scattered all across.
Yeah, and they're getting shot down willy-nilly by Shinzi. Free fire there, but didn't really actually connect. Now SMG Hin still in good position to count and take some fights. Axis Rift though, up on the rooftop, deals a little bit of damage, but he jumps straight down for dear life. And now Shinzi and the rest of SMG already making a rotation to come in, but Rift did not do enough to actually take him out.
And more bullets coming in from Jenny as well. He's supplementing on the attack. Just by the corner of it. Now popping more smokes. He can defend himself for the moment. But that grenade will connect though. Hin will not last out much longer from there on. Shinzi now trying to pick anybody up, but he's making his own turns as well because Genexus, they're also startling them from the behind. Loong. Well played gatekeepers right here. And it's going to be Riv that will secure the life of Hin by the very end of it.
Yeah, Drax coming in as the flank side cover fire here, but unfortunately with all those smokes, they cannot really do damage, but they'll get Dell at the very least. That one's secured. So far it's a 1-for-1 in this compound engagement. And eventually Axis will have to leave this house, and that's going to be detrimental to them, seeing as though the SMG already has got a widespread 2 up in the front, 1 at the back. Axis has been surrounded.
But they're basically rolling in the deep without Dell playing over on this corner. Axis sandwiched in between these teams. Shinzi somehow just respects that territory, only dropping grenades. He spots out Hey Noob. And same could be said. Circle in between the river. Meanwhile, Dingoz gets to at least play around these sectors. If the Genexus had the circle moving across them, they will be able to be the king of this match.
Oh, Genexus is doing such a weird rotation. Immediately, the moment the circle closed, 2 members, one gets straight towards the water side, another one pushes straight to the edge of the circle. But hold that thought, because Drax, SMG, and Axis, that one's not over just yet. Another member down for SMG, out of commission, but with 2 still very lethal to come play around with, especially if they can get the trade with the drop shots. Rift again coming in, clutch here for the likes of Axis. Only Drax left to fend off or maybe hold on the honors of SMG. They're going to trade one through the doorway. Secures it. 1 kill for SMG, but on the outskirts, it's damn rude. GEEK fam trying to take in the spoils.
And Axis still hanging on though, despite getting peppered by every other team from the outskirts. Riff now infiltrates the building, still seeking out Drax over at the top end. Not easy to catch him overall. He's priming those grenades over on the lower ground. Now, shots being fired, and that supplementary attack coming from Depp. He has to thank for ex-teammates here somehow, providing assistance back to Drax.
Oh, Drax still alive here, despite a very sour start. But SEM9 has got eyes. I don't think Drax is comfortable, and Riff is going in for the pickup. He might do so, and which means Axis get away again with still 2 members to play, which is which is doable, especially towards the late game when the numbers has thinned out. But how can they do so with SEM9 already perched out like vultures waiting for the next team to die out?
That grenade does connect though. Riff knows he's going to be around this lane.
Oh, nice lob.
It just bounces back instead. He will go in with that 180 flick perfect way to close out Team SMG. Meanwhile, Luyu finds Zigzag. 1 HP left. About to blow out that vehicle, and that should secure it.
That was a perfect executed plan there. I mean, Zigzag took all he was in a vehicle, he heard all these metal rustling out, getting shot down by bullets, and he decided to stay. I call him the captain of that ship. He's going down with it.
Oh boy, and this doesn't seem like an episode of Titanic, but it's still sink or swim situation if anybody moves into the river. We're going to look at Dingoz Esports, whether or not will they battle against Team Hawk, as Team Hawk holding on to the far right-hand side of Mount Gatka. And here we go. Team Hawk opting to take their vehicles to make a move, but speaking of moves here, Team Secret just passing by members of HYVE International to get crashed on instead. 2 members being knocked down. Zenling will also be taken down instead. Now, more time coming in from Kiddo from Dingoz Esports, trying to seek out Fredo as he's forced to duck away. 4th row tries to save the day. But once again, Kiddo on the attack will be able to find Fredo. Fredo, 1 HP left, and that will be a great knockdown, but Team Secret will have Kid to save the day.
They did wipe out the entirety of HYVE here, so despite the hopes and dreams placed on them, Team Secret will successfully do so, but it seems that they traded 3 members, nearly 3 at the very least, only 1 being confirmed. They have to go in with the pickup.
Dingoz Esports still playing by the edge of the circle. Team Secret relying on Kid. He just ditches his teammates while he tried to secure position 14, but now drives towards the direction of Dingoz instead. That will be the end of Team Secret.
Well, you know what they say, the secret will go down with a person. The dead speaks no tale here, and well, they will not have a story to tell after all.
That's a really long quote, by the way. Very, very long quote. Just like how this fight then will extend coming out of Dingoz Esports, and that's where DVD will be eliminated by Dingoz as well. So many points gathered up, 4 points. Trying to race up against the Genexus. Zully still left behind. He primes the grenade upwards. Farang driving towards Appy. Inside the church is where he's currently hiding. But how much longer will they hide out though?
Well, he's seeking refuge from the church. I don't think they can even put a timestamp on that one. Part of the goodwill, they can camp there forever. However, I can't say the same to the gods punishing them with blue zone. Yes. Genexus now with an area here. MUGEN again doing the style that they love to do, and that is just taking over the compound, in which it looked like a great strategy, but they'll now have to worry about the second part of the equation, and that is defending.
Ricky now getting sprayed on, and somehow he does survive. Thankfully, Zully have already finished off the clip, but right behind him, Ate sneaks onto the back. And he heard those footsteps. Will be able to at least put the pressure on. Driving through. Reiki, risky attempt to make. Team Hawk can win this one outrighteously so. Whoa, my goodness. Literally 1 HP for Zully. And Team Hawk, they are still holding on. Hamper, Deputy to provide assistance as well. Bosskurr finds one by the corner of the fences. And the rest of MUGEN now being startled.
Yeah, so I guess I got the answer I was looking for. I said, imagine Genexus going up against MUGEN. This is happening right now, and the equation for them to defend the stronghold seems to fall apart. And that was it. MUGEN secured themselves a 11th finish into the lobby here. Genexus still pretty good. I would say 9 kills. They will come in with the res there, so they lose nobody in the process.
Trying to be a martyr right there on the very final attempt. Only getting knocked, but it doesn't really dent the hopes of Genexus overall. They're already inside the circle for rivals, having Voki to take down Malik's Farang. With only 10 more teams here to play. Meanwhile, GEEK Fam doesn't seem like they are ready to strike, but once they do, probably in the top 5 situation, Luyu stuck there with a broken buggy. Biu is already in the water, so Asper can easily punish.
Yeah, I didn't know how to make that maneuver, but nades within smokes. Farang Guerilla just falls in. getting extinct here, but one member with the willpower of an ape will keep shooting things out, nearly trading things out for them as well. He nearly came on top, but Stoned will go down, sink down to the bottom as well.
5 eliminations in for 4 rivals, and Aspar goes in for Scar L Spray. Lose inside of water. Same goes to the rest of the members of the Genexus. Aspar can't really seem to get anything done right there, and then Bosskurr inside of water. It's a really dicey situation for both teams out there, but they did spot out one from Axis, but look who's here to party. It's going to be SEM9 pushing forward. Boy couldn't seem to hold much longer. Jumps right in the water as well. Oh boy. How many players are in there? Oh, he's about to lose his breath.
Whoa. The dude, I don't think he can swim with such a deep wound here. And well, he will have to buy out. But boy, immediately the fish can bite. Tries to go out, but Genexus, they found land, they've evolved, and now they're the predators who take on the prey.
GEEK fam on the other hand, though, finally making drastic measures here. Yuhai to be driving nearby. But they have to be careful of SEM9 overall. 4 rivals now with a little bit more advantage in terms of numbers. Closest to the circle, do they have to still take on the rest of Dingoz Esports now? With only 6 more teams left. MAB in the middle of smoke as well. And that's going to be SEM9 there that gets depleted. One big nade coming from Jumper as well as Voki to take each member out. And Dingoz will lose Ricky in the process.
Genexus already 13 kills here. Now they are looking like the ones to be able to contest the likes of GEEK fam. They are coming in with a high average kill in this match, and they just came out from a chicken dinner winner. If they can get themselves the rest of these kills on top of a #1 finish, they might just be a threat towards GEEK fam.
It might just be so. Liu is doing what's necessary. Pincering down onto Iftar. GEEK fam having great understanding of the terrains. Just look at them being lined up through the streets. Without regards of Team Hawk, though, Damru does spot out members of Team Hawk instead. Damn cutie down.
Oh, now things will take a slower pace here, but Team Hawk, they're not within the circles. They have to look to push. They have cover behind smoke, but that's not inside the circle as well, so they can't be comfortable getting shot down right now. GEEK fam spots Team Hawk from the far side. Now they're making a desperate attempt to move center circle. Only 2 members left remaining, and they found themselves a little bit of rock.
Lee's having the car as a bunker, but there's still MAB as well as 4 rivals to deal with. GEEK fam will just pounce on them once again. Trying to find the crosshair against Heikel, but he's basically shooting a rock. Yuhai is going to be knocked down while they were in the middle of the street. Not much of smokes being left for GEEK fam, but they're still going to try nonetheless to take on this fight. Bosskurr also seeking out Team Hawk members out there. This top 6 favoring Genexus with 14 kills. Silently as they take teams after teams down.
I have to say, Team Hawk got absolute value from that rock. He was being sprayed down by Damru, but none of them going penetrating through, obviously. But now Snipe finds an entry in and will take down the member, but Heikel retaliates.
Run over.
Oh, eliminated is MAB though, and most likely Team Hawk, that one member is still there. Did he secure the kill though?
He did secure the kill, and Heikel doesn't seem like he has much angles to work with. Easy push does it for Damru, but he's also getting pinned down by Voki OP. Grenade being cooked up. Trying to line it up against Damru. Positions it right. Should be able to knock him down. A little bit too short as it blasted way too early.
What a high fragging match this first map of Erangel has become. Look at all the top 4 teams here. All of them close to 10 eliminations each. Anyone who gets the chicken out of here is going to run away with a big victory. Genexus now has got eyes on the GEEK. GEEK's being pressured because Dingoz has got eyes on them.
So many nades. They could easily flush them out, but they're all tossing onto the wrong smoke instead. Well, it's basically a 50-50 guess after all. GEEK fam, they say, we're done with this area. We're going to be pushing onto another sector instead. 4 rivals now will have to take on Genexus. Genexus kind of depleted, but another nade comes in. 4 rivals.
Dingoz though. Dingoz could just come in and put a stop onto 4Rivals, who currently is suppressing the likes of GEEK fam. In fact, Genexus as well has got eyes. It seems that they moved up a little bit too forward here, and now they've got eyes. They've got attention from all the teams nearby. More throwables being used, burns him a little bit, but not taken out just yet. Voki spraying through, hoping to connect. They will. Damrude now down, confirmed.
GEEK fam already been having a little bit more of a tussle here. Loses Captain Damrude, but Micah as well as Yuhai stays alive, and you know what they can possibly do, and they will trade. Micah gets spotted out, but Bill will shut one of them down, leaving only Yuhai behind, I do believe. Appy now makes it a tenor for the members of 4Rivals. If they do take out the rest of GEEK fam, they can also match the numbers that Genexus have been able to secure. So the top three here are just seeking each other out. 4Rivals' best chance to chase in on that standings. Yuhai waiting for them to finish the job as they already secured 9 for themselves. Voki now tosses more smoke grenades just to take some vision off. Xiaoboy with a Groza can do a lot of work, but it's going to be BuBu there that will shut down his little brother Yuhai.
Yeah, GEEK fam will go out, but not without a fight though. Great first game for them, but now it goes down to blue and green. But the high ground favors the likes of 4Rivals. They have smokes to play behind with. Could be detrimental though, because they got Pamburu. That shifts the tides a little bit. Now it's a 3v2 situation. Going in for the push, confirms it onto Pamburu. No more info going in his way. Appy is right on the front side. Lung is in position as well in case of an overpeak. Will try and blindly shoot within the grass here, but the members of Nexus, they're slowly making their way into the comfort zones of 4Rivals, and they are losing the advantage here. 4Rivals no longer a high ground. He's spotted out. Voki. He's got the info, but BuBu is right
really close
next to him. Yep, snakes in the grass. Who's gonna spot out who first? Who has the better sensory organ? But ooh, nades onto Xiaoboy's former position behind the rock. That would just be smokes. And now Voki trying to reposition himself, but BuBu on the flank side. Is he gonna spot Voki out?
He should be able to do that. He already sees the legs, immediately takes him down. And here is all 3 members of the Genexus rushing in for the chicken dinner as they will take out Appy and claim chicken dinners back to back.
Back to back for the boys in blues, and they did it with a standard. Not really a standard here, breaking the standard of the amount of frags per game. This is one that matches the gods themselves. GEEK fam now found themselves a total challenger. Red versus blue, opposite on the palette.
That's right, Genexus here in that perfect prime spot to dominate the entire competition in the Saturday round here in the PMPL MYSGPH. And we're going to see how did they do it once again in the highlights.
My God, but Genexus, this is their best game. This is the best game they've pulled out in week number 2 so far. The insane amount of frags. They just came in. They're not shy. They introduced themselves with the barrel of the gun. They pushed on to everyone, even the likes of MUGEN, who had the compound first. But let's take a look at those highlights right now. Axis definitely had a long drawn fight against SMG in this compound. Luckily though, SEM9 came in as third party. We'll take him out. Genexus introduced themselves with a very, very high fragging start here, despite finding a couple of the members taken out, but not confirmed as they clutched things out for themselves.
Yeah, it really felt bad for Team Secret because Dingoz was also watching over the hills and not to at least take quite a number of members out there. Meanwhile, Team Hot also stand toe-to-toe against Dingoz Esports. MAB, they got themselves in the middle of where the circle is supposed to be. A tap too early, I must say, with so many teams basically getting into that spot itself. 4Rivals, to my surprise, like we have mentioned about them, looting 3 cities, have so many stocks. You see all these utilities that they've been using that gives them the edge to climb into that top 2 position, but they couldn't really find a way to shut down Genexus because they've been denied vision and they clumped up too closely, having no coverage to work with. But GEEK fam, the way they approached this was rather interesting. Stopping by the street, taking out members of Team Han, and then was a little bit of a nail biter, maybe making their way into the top 3 at the very least.
Yeah, I think Team Hot just had it rough, right? They started from Noble, they had to make a slow rotation in, but by the time they were gatekeeped by all these big giants and only had a small rock to play around with. But they did try and last as long as they did. But my god, Genexus, 4 rivals, GEEK Fam, and Dingoz in the top 4. The teams to focus. Now, this is looking like the season I expected things to be.
That's right. And man, all 4 of the teams that are basically vying for the top spot, not only in the league, but also in the PMGC points that they've been chasing. I think that this is where it's currently at. The best of the best just fighting tooth and nail to get that golden ticket to the global rounds.
And you know that it's a statement of pure skills here when every single one of them had high fragging numbers. Take a look at what's on the board here.
Wow.
19 eliminations. One more, they would have matched the ranks of GEEK Fams themselves. 4 rivals coming with 10 of their own kills. GEEK Fam at 9 and Dingoz at 5. Sure, not the best, but still, hey, they're up there and we know they have what it takes.
That's right, and overall 34 points. Even 4 rivals who finished second has gotten at least 10 points or 12 points less to be specific. GEEK Fam with 19, 13 for Dingoz, and 10 for Team Hawk. Everyone else gets a single digit out there, and well, whichever group that was missing out in this matchup possibly would have actually hoped that they were never, I mean, they're glad to sit this one out. But then again, there's going to be a huge point disparity being created in this round, and the MVP player has to be BB.
Yeah, finally seeing his faces up and on the board again. We know that Long and Loyu has been stealing most of the spotlight, but the brains behind the operation is here. The Puppet Master himself, 6 eliminations, 982 damage.
Here we go into the weekly rankings as we see Genexus inching closer and closer to GEEK Fam. Though it's still a lot of work to be done, but GEEK Fam definitely won't be moving those spots. Now they snatch that away from RSG, which have to get at least 25 points to reclaim that number 2 spot. Meanwhile, 4 rivals move up into 5th place with 130 points. Tabah NSEA being pushed by the rising force of all the top teams out there. Meanwhile, nothing too much have changed other than Axis now tying the spot with Team Secret at 13 and 14 respectively.
Yeah, dropping down the charts. It is part of the game here. One goes up, the rest has to make way for them. And in the top 5, it's still looking pretty scary, pretty stuck here. Tabah NSEA now finds themselves going further and further from the top 5 position. But DBD, to be able to hold their way in the top draft for the longest of time, it's pretty telling. Man, this team, although rebrand and hiding under the radar right now, is slowly making a name for these capital ladders.
That's true, and man, like, this season has been so fun to watch because the chase is just so erratic in such a way that we're not just bagging on one winner in particular. Sure, it may have looked like it's GEEK Fam for now. Genexus definitely plan to overtake them and say that, hey, this is going to be at the end of the tunnel, 2 of these driving race cars next to each other, neck and neck.
Yeah, and this is like typical Genexus movement, right? Like if GEEK Fam has a thing against compounds and loves high grounds, Genexus has a thing for going smack dab center circle, in which they just did. And like the first circle itself immediately runs on through, finds themselves in the well, I would say the center mark, the radius here. And then immediately just played out from then on, got a lot of kills. They held their ground, smacked them on the inside. The next center was on the likes of MUGEN, in which they again pushed and took over the spot. I think the best chance of people actually taking out Genexus was when they went swimming, which nobody actually noticed. Bosskurr had eyes on the members of Genexus jumping into the water.
They didn't really pull the trigger fast enough.
Yeah.
We also saw MUGEN trying to leave the scene as well. And I guess like there were some other teams like SEM9 that could have actually made a huge difference over on those corners. But when it comes down to the top 5 here, literally you have some of the best players fighting this one out, which you saw why it took so long for them to close off this match, because everyone was just on their toes, being so quick on the trigger as well that you just have to find ways to play defensive on such a odd terrain to be placed in the first place. So Genexus, I think they've got the best out of it because over the back, it's a full coverage. Not for 4 rivals because there's Dingoz as well as some members of GEEK Fam that can still launch an attack. But Genexus, they understood, okay, the biggest threat was GEEK Fam, and they managed to at least wipe them out.
Yeah, although not knowing them, but I think one of the things that played into Genexus's favor was the trenches that they were at, that low gradient, that did provide some sort of a cover for the likes of GEEK, who was on the pretty much the same side or same elevation as they were. So that little ledge there kind of concealed themselves for the time being. But man, GEEK Fam, Genexus, 4 rivals in the top 3. Come on. Come on, this is as jam-packed as it gets. Each and every one of them got nearly a 10-pointer kills. And that is a sight to behold. That is where you can finally rule out from the door. There was no luck in this game. There was pure firepower and skills and tactical approach.
Exactly. And of course, with that being said, I believe that you guys are in for more, but we'll give you guys a little bit of time to refresh yourselves before we hit into our next battle inside of Angle. Till then, this is 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and we'll see you shortly.
Proses!
Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 jatuh kepada
Sebab musim bunga pun telah berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation, defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula. Kali ini
2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall
20 Julai 2022.
redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat SEM9 tu, jangan selesa sangat dekat SEM9 Ham Kalau kau tusu nanti, kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okay, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini ni cuba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So, korang buat yang terbaik untuk season ni. Okay?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu.
Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah yang berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drax, hati-hati, aku akan lebih daripada korang. Korang ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okay, kepada tim SEM9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So, kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya. Korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula. Nama saya kan Kid. Kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga. The King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad because you are here. We are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada pasaran di jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Start sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang yang rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku kentik konsel kau. Okey?
So saya nak tunjuk kepada tim SEM9, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama.
Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok game kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Tak ya, Mel. Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni? 10. Brother, is this real or fake? Apa ni? Kau dua. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku IJA, aku ikut aku. Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang.
Terasa bodoh apa benda sekarang ni? Apa tu bodoh? Masuk benda.
I behind you. You go first.
Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Buruk. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan.
Terus
Snack.
Buah apple.
Rasa macam kertas kot. Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Sarung tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air. Lah. Tajam gila, takut. Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Like I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this? Nenas. Okey guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na. Yuhai. Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, Yuhai, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At Yuhai, hindi niya kailangan ang mga players ng GEEK.
Malapit, GEEK fam. Baka yung secret pala kanina. Pero right now, Yuhai goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Bako! Tatlong teams, Great VIP, Dingoz, and GEEK fam. Oh, UI managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the question. He needs to work this out. It's Kido, managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchants is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchants, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Hey, you've changed.
I have.
Yesterday you ate nasi lemak sotong. Today you are eating nasi lemak ayam. Who you are today is not the same person 10 years ago or even yesterday. And that's okay. Yoodo is all about change. Stop conforming and go your own direction. Because sometimes you change to set the trend. Embrace the new and do it your way. Like right now, I'm addicted to. Then sometimes change is forced upon you. We say just vibe with it. And if you want to change your plans, you can do it safely. We're fully digital, so you don't even have to queue outside the telco store. Sometimes you change because it just feels right. Forget what other people say because we save contracts. Change your hobby. Congratulations. Change your plans. Change your job. Change your plans. Huh. Change your wedding plans. Change can come anytime, anywhere. Yoodo is ready to change when you want to do it your way. So change is good, right? Only when you're ready for it. Man eating nasi lemak. And when you are, change can start by downloading the Yoodo app. Save more when you customize your data, voice, and SMS with the Yoodo app. Change comes when you do it your way today. Yoodo.
Welcome back to the PMPL MYSGPH Fall 2022. This is Contra alongside with Keith, your casters in the English segment of the show. And of course, who will be the one to take home the glory here? We will have to find out in our next match coming your way. It's going to be match 3 inside of Angle. And of course, we have to thank all the partners that make all of this possible. And we start off with Realme, and you should check out their GT Neo 3.
Yeah, it's a brand new flagship phones right in front of us. If you can see, it comes in blue and even white. You pick your choice here. Can't go wrong with any one of those, but hey, if you want to stand out and be unique, come on, stop it with the monochrome.
I love the white.
Let's go blue.
I love the white.
Let's go blue.
White.
Well, it's called the blue zone for a reason. Okay, here we go. Always pick the blue here. Now let's take a look at some of the recap from the previous games and all the stats and numbers in case you're a nerd for it. Here we have it. Talking about blue, it is Genexus that comes out on top here. 19 eliminations, 3,370 damage, and only close to that is 4 rivals with 9 kills apart, right? Only 10.
That's true.
But they've dished out a lot of damage themselves.
And on top of that, we also have GEEK Fam coming on the 3rd spot as well with quite a significant amount of takedowns. BU being the one that have been able to bring the majority of the points back to the team. Bulky has been able to outlast and also claim plenty of all these points back to 4 rivals, with Luyu dishing out 851 to also supplement BU's reign of terror. And here we go. Next, we have Group B, C, D, as well as E fighting it out. That will also mean that Group A takes a rest with HomeBois, Team Secret, Team Bosskurr, as well as Team Hawk not playing for this game. So fear Genexus because they are on the rampage. Can they do it 3 in a row, Keith?
I mean, they've done twice. They only have to try it for the 3rd time here, but this is already telling them this kind of momentum they're set up with for this day itself. It seems like the weekend just got them a little bit of a buff. I don't know what was promised by their managers here, but hey, if they're about to have a good time tonight, they're going to have to perform hard and big time. But the same can't be said with Group A, which honestly, every one of them struggling right now. But talking about the good things in life, don't be a Debbie Downer. They say, Blackpink collaboration. That one's still happening in case you already forgot. We've reminded you countless of times. Again, the virtual concert happens still going on today. The outfits and voice packs for you to earn, aesthetic cosmetics, whatever it may be, and even look out for the World Record Challenge.
That's right, and you guys can all be a part of this. Or if you want to head down to the streets of KL, we have the collaboration with KL and Gangster as well, where you could basically rock on forward with Malik as well as Shark. You can get their voice packs in-game, so you could basically flex it, or just, you know, walk up to your enemies and start pinging them with all these sounds that they may not have heard of before. And, well, it's time for us to also prepare for a brand new week, because we got Rabu Padu happening every Wednesday. If you win 3 chicken dinners, you get a brand new skin. Tell them what it is.
Yeah, Rabu Padu means jam-packed Wednesday, in which every single login on a Wednesday is going to earn you chicken tokens. And you only need 3 to make sure you get yourself the Lilac Attack suits for free. Maybe you're claiming 1 pieces at a time, maybe, because it's happening every Wednesday till October. But this is another aesthetic cosmetic sets that you can win.
That's right, and it's going to be the Royal Pass on the M13 set, so it's the Mecha Sanctum set that you don't want to miss out on this brand new season overall. So make sure you take first dibs, and you could basically rock on forward with style and claim your chicken dinner. So with that said, of course, promotions aside, we're here to watch who's going to be able to secure as many chicken dinners as they can. It's a 2 streak for Genexus, as I've said early on. And, well, it's time to predict who's going to get the next one.
Well, I got it right on the first one. This time around, you're just jumping on a bandwagon.
I'm waiting for the 3rd streak to make this happen, right?
I think it's going to go to another team in blue, and that is RSG. We've seen how potent they are yesterday. They were the only ones who could rise against the occasions again. GEEK Fam, now that Genexus is the threat, I'd like to see these 2 blues go at each other.
Now it really feels like a rock, paper, scissors kind of matchup where RSG, they can take down GEEK Fam. Early on, Genexus have been able to do that as well, but it was a little bit of a hefty scuffle where they were just basically taking on the majority of all the other teams at the same time. So GEEK fam, I wonder, 4 versus 4 this time against Genexus, how would that look like? Because early on this week, it didn't look all too hot for Genexus, but now that they are at their prime form, I want to see that happen. RSG have some really good games out there. I would say that it could make a better, stronger showing much early on, but here they are to prove it again.
Yeah, there's a difference in how those victories were earned, though, between Genexus and RSG. Because if you look at the games that RSG win, it doesn't feel too convincing. It was more tactical and a little bit an element of luck that they got in their way. But Genexus, with that second game, they just stormed through every single team or player within this entire server itself, getting themselves the 19 eliminations and a chicken dinner. And that's more a GEEK fam thing. But RSG, knowing that their motivation comes from the success of their peers, right now they have not 1 but 2 that for them to be motivated on and maybe even assert themselves on top of this.
Yeah, on top of that, of course, we still have Dingoz as well as you did mention GEEK fam, not really at the same level of horror show that they've been putting up against, but here we are at the same map. They're about to bring it to us yet again. So are you guys ready, survivors? Because this time we're diving into Erangel for another round of Hall of Chicken Dinners. And here we go.
This time you got the timing right. I like it. I like it. I feel like I'm being immersed straight into this what is that? Cargo jet?
Did it change colors? Because I remember the color of that left helicopter to not be green. But hey, we got blues, and speaking of which, 4 rivals versus Genexus. That was where we're at. Green versus blue. This time, can it be the same story? But with the flight on a different passage. We'll start off from the islands of Sonovska, heading directly to Jurapol for a smooth drop for GEEK fam's perfect territory. Meanwhile, I guess the visitors of Severny is going to be having a little bit of a wild ride, probably dropping around that shooting range area to get by.
Forget about Severny. Axis drops by Kameshki Stalber. That's not happening.
That's easy.
I mean, they did that in the previous round, but I think they have a different drop spot as well. They're traditionally also a Severny player this season, but last season they like to go down onto Sosnovka.
Usually it's SEM9, MUGEN,
Yeah, they are.
and
They are, and they realize is Team Hawk. Yeah, Team Hawk isn't playing, so Novo is open for the taking.
Exactly, and it's smart adaptation from the teams overall, and something for everybody out there to learn from now.
GEEK circle.
Similar kind of circle. You could also argue that it could also be Genexus. So MAB as well as DBD getting a little bit of a head start. Same goes to Dingoz, exactly in the center. While MUGEN has also changed their drop location around that Gatko area. And Kuza is finally in play on the Saturday round. But who will be sitting this one out? We'll have to talk about it eventually when we take a look at the rosters once more.
Yeah, meanwhile, Genexus again straight away trying to occupy the space in the middle of the circle. I mean, this is what they always do. Center point is that is kind of Genexus DNA. I like this circle for GEEK fam because they're going to do the same thing, right? They're going to go from Georgiapol to Hospital and eventually towards the Gatka Mountains and capitalize from then on forth. Meanwhile, SEM9 this time around not so friendly, already starting fire up against Genexus, but man, he drives like exactly a champ.
Whoa.
Dodging every single bullet.
Fast and furious, man. Is that Dominic Toretto? I'm not too sure. But overall, Bosskurr at least makes it out live. 0 loots, not affording to take a fight. But
painful crash though.
Haystacks. Gotta look out for those.
Yeah, there are rocks on the inside. They're just masking it with haystacks on the outside.
Fun fact, right? Like over on, say, the predecessor game on PC version of this. So now you can actually run over haystacks on that. So hopefully in the future, updates like that will give quality of life to members of Genexus.
So if you can run over a haystack, does that theoretically mean you can shoot through it too?
In essence, yes.
Ah, so it's not going to be a cover people can play behind it. That's going to make things
Some
worse.
of it will
no?
still be a cover, though. So
What do you mean? How do you know the haystack? Which haystack?
I will have to experiment again now. 10K for 10K. This time, Ham will be playing instead of Amer.
Very nice. Well, it is MUGEN talking about running things over the train. MUGEN train, in case you didn't get that right.
Are you a fan of Ham, by the way?
It's a trick question right now. I'm not sure if I should answer to this.
There's all kinds of ham.
Exactly.
Turkey ham is what I like.
Oh, okay.
And there we go.
Saving
Bebek.
your skins.
Bebek was the one that subs out.
So
And-
veteran for the rookie.
Yeah, and I think like fans have been looking forward to this roster for the entire week. Not to say that Bebek as well as the other player doesn't have much to offer, but I think that this gives Crit VIP a little bit more stability and comfort to work with. Booza is a clutch master when you need him to be.
I think he made it into highlights as well sometime in week number 1. It was one game, sure, but he's had a good moment and a good reason why he's somewhat of a fan favorite when it comes to the VIP squad, right? Or now known as Crit VIP. So looking forward to what he can offer. I'm not too sure if this is the first time I'm seeing him in week number 2. I believe they did swap in once, but it wasn't that all amusing. But maybe this time's different. It's always that way.
Yeah. But with majority of these teams who have also stuck true with their players all throughout, things have been stabilizing very well for teams like Genexus, GEEK Fam. Not much needs to be changed. RG as well as SEM9, they only frequently change one player at a time. Not a full roster swap haul in the go at the very least. So you don't want to go too experimental when things like that happen. And Maki, speaking of experiments, maybe was trying to do a backflip 360.
Backflip 360, if I do
Landed
ever
on the
see
face.
one. So that's the meaning of it. I didn't count the. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But here he is, injured, paying the price. I guess you know what they say. Dumb decisions comes to painful lessons. Yeah, has to use the pills just to bear in with the pain here. Some painkillers being consumed. The Axis now making a move.
The copium.
Copium. I've heard that word used. I don't really know how to use that.
Well,
copium. It's like a fake.
I guess you haven't used the
right?
purple platform long enough.
No, but copium means like the fake ideals or fake lessons you use to make yourself feel better. Is that it?
Yeah, just make yourself feel better.
But you know it's wrong. Is that what copium means?
It may or may not be wrong. It's just an idea of hope, I guess. That you know that, yeah, possibilities are you may not have the best odds. MAB have been hunting out for those chickens. Haven't came close to one this week, have they?
MAB, no. Actually, no. I can't remember. I mean, what if they were? I can't remember the last time they had it, which means they haven't been having such a great game, I guess.
But then again, when we take a look at the standings, though, it doesn't really tell you that they're having the worst run. 80 points this week. Respectable, but it's 80 points is what GEEK Fam achieves in a day. Right?
Exactly. I mean, the grand scheme of things, they're doing bad. I don't know how you can come to a conclusion. If you were to say, well, taking a look at the second draft, they're not that bad. Sure. Comparatively to the second draft, they're probably at the upper echelon of
They're not bad, but the others are just slightly ahead of them.
Slightly.
Slightly.
241.
I'm just giving them a little bit of cushion. Yeah, copium.
I'm going to use that more often now.
Now, for Farang, on the other hand, I feel like this brand new roster is just filling things out. Sure, you got names like Stone as well as Bravo, both from SEM9 previously. Didn't manage to get to a desired level of play. They are strong mechanically, but I feel like with the new members on board, like, they both have never gotten themselves a leadership position. So, hence why I feel the role of an IGL is so important. The more experience you have, the better.
I agree, totally agree. But is there a point where it turns sour, though? Because I do see people in the communities pages saying that 4 rivals are running 4 in-game leaders in a single game, and that's why everyone's just playing their own thing. It worked out, though, in the previous round.
I think like if they have their egos in check, it shouldn't be any much of a problem. And this week, huge improvement, so I wonder what really changed. Haven't got the chance to speak to the boys at 4 Rivals for now. But here we are. Circle now moving deeper into Pochinki. Now that is what I've been hoping for. PUBG gods, give us what we want.
Well, Pochinki, the circle feels very familiar to Geek Fam Circle. Again, just saying, remember the time they broke records? Yeah, it's happening. And they could, because they're still they're the last movers this time round. Since they were from Georgia Paul, they were in no hurry to make a move, which means they're going to play outskirts, in which they could probably just mow down everyone who's currently already on the center of the precipice.
All right, and Funky, it's a pot shot over onto Iftar. Not going to be secured just yet, but now Calamity straight right back. It's the battle of the Pochinki Hills that we're looking at here with the grenade. Lob towards Calamity, but Iftar will still be safe regardless. Another one being lobbed right in. Seed trying to prime one as well. Calamity drops one over the back of the shack. And Stone will find a way to take down Maki. Immediately turns him down. That's going to be first blood coming in from Stone. And now the rest of Farang just trying to figure their way out of this one. And maybe just playing circling eagles for now. Doesn't really have the side of an eagle though. Seed cooks another one. But Crit VIP, they do have one member somewhere close by. Those grenades will seem to chip some damage, but Genexus storming into the compound, trying to take on GEEK Fam.
Yeah, we're talking about Giants and the battle of these 2 gods right now. And I said it time and time again, if anyone's going to challenge Geek Fam today, it's got to be Genexus. And already they've got 2 members, 2 more to follow with. Geek Fam, not the best of run. They're being put to a halt here as they finally ran out of gas to even push on further with their momentum. Damroot is left and he's deploying all the smokes to maybe live up to the hopes and dreams of Geek Fam and make it onto the last few circles.
This is what I've been bringing up before we started the show, and I think that the Genexus is in the best shape possible to challenge the best team on the block. So with that said, Bosskurr, he used the Nat Kit and now find his way to wrap around. But this is Damroot that we're speaking of. He's also getting sprayed down from the rest of the teammates of the Genexus. Bosskurr immediately gets spotted out. The sprays come through, and Damroot crushed and burned off alive. It's going to be Geek Fam with no points to take, and all 4 given over to Genexus.
My God, Geek Fam. I think they've cornered the rest of these teams in the lobby far too long, and now they're finally starting to bite back. They realize that even gods bleed. And Geek Fam are no different. They're taking up these fights. Genexus, absolutely amazing. Iftar now tries to go onto the members of Yoodo Alliance, who is on a buggy. Nothing lethal just yet. It's Bravo who's low right now. Should be calling in for the backup, but Crit VIPs from the back end. Can he even go in as a third-party pickoff?
There's only Xamzi. I don't think he can actually do much, but then again, if he can actually spot them out from here, then they will be able to secure a few more points. Samzi pushing all alone and tries to run over the bottom member, MAB. The last stand coming in from Malu after Bosskurr will not favor them at all. Stone, yet again, will be able to get this one for the team.
Gets stoned to death, it seems here, but at least he got one kill.
Even
I mean,
with
yeah, gorillas, right? They're supposed to be savage. Guerrilla tactics, man. They throw out the
at least there's tactics. instead of bringing the caveman mentality.
Guerrilla tactics is just a blanket statement of go ham, go bar. That's literally it. No game plan there. Just run in. You're doing it for the sake of the country, man. You'll be proud.
All right, let's take a look at the current circle as it brings Genexus over the top hills of Mount Gatka. Meanwhile, for Rivals, they try to move upwards, but they will eventually be halted down. There's a couple more teams right down below where Tabah NSEA tries to pick off against DBD. And doesn't seem like they could basically break dreams or back down out of this one. More smokes grenade for Magix. Working all alone, but he's basically looking for a helmet, which doesn't seem to be available inside the compound. Farang getting shredded by. But let's take a look at the replay once again. BUBU was the one to be the kingmaker between the fight against Genexus as well as themselves. So, big victory overall for Genexus. Now, once again, count this as a group without GEEK fam.
Yeah, they made it look easy how they took on GEEK. It's like their flank side wasn't even taken care of. He just came in, leaning in and goes in with a shot spray. Catches onto everyone. There's pretty much no other escape they could ever have. Damrod was ready from the far side, but thankfully with the structure of the compound, BUBU was behind a house. Damrod can't shoot him.
Gonna be a little bit more of space now for teams to at least find ways to book center stage, but it's unclear where center is currently at. Sure, they may consider it to be Gatka or so, but more shots now being fired at Leto. And man, if you listen to enough to 30 Seconds to Mars, then you probably heard of Escape.
Or if you watch the Bad Joker movie.
Bad Joker movie?
Yeah, the Suicide Squad, the ones with the horrible Joker. Then you could probably remember him too.
You can't remember him because he barely even comes in for
that's a slow burn.
10 minutes.
But take a look at the circle though. Majority, half and half at the very least. No, I'd say 60-40 split, 40% being the hills of Mount Gatka. Well, that doesn't make sense. You can't have hills on a mountain. It is Mount Gatka itself. And I'm challenged because SEM9 has tried that before, so they know that it's occupied up top. But now SEM9 is finding themselves in the hearts of it all.
Yeah, SEM9 crashes into the territory of Team SMG, and they're about to pick this fight apart. But SMG has been here for a long time. Leto moves into the territory of Crit VIP. Man down.
Man down, they say. Well, that's always the case, though. It's we're expected to go down with the ship. Haven't you heard? That's called being courteous.
I don't have a ship, though.
Doesn't matter. Whatever the situation, we're dispensable.
I couldn't really remember the last time I was in
first, okay? Save them first. We're expected to go down. And
sadly enough, I mean, not coming with exclusions, but there's no woman on board in this match.
Which is the point, right?
So there's nobody to be saved here. SEM9 make it look so quick and easy against 4 rivals. Now they settle the scores. SEM9 bounces back up, 4 points secured. Now RG driving right into a really dangerous spot here. We have Access Rate 1, HYVE International, and Crit now on foot. Samzy already being picked off. RG drives through. They want to find one of their own though. Insomnia's driving to a different direction. But here comes Rex into the 2. He picks the first one, making a second. He turns it back. Rex claims 2. Man, he's been holding out for so long, and I guess watch out for that tree.
2 in the board. Is that a George of the Jungle reference?
Yes.
Yeah, I got that. 2 in the board for RSG, 4 for Genexus, 4 members on each team still living, and now add on the 3rd of the RSG. It looks like our prediction might just be striking gold here on today. Got the first one right, might get the 3rd one as well.
Oh, take a look at this grenade though. This is going to be priming directly towards the rest of SEM9, but it's going to be put right at by the dust for now. Another one being primed into the area. Ultra still survives for the moment. Access Rate 1 still having Rift to fend off here, but not for long though. RSG basically tosses more and more Challenging Farang Guerilla, Access Esports Club is the first one to bow out. We have Stone. He should be able to seek out Rex, but he's going to be moving past it. Might be clipped though. Now let's see. Nade. Another nade coming from Stone. Make it rain, make it 4.
This guy's got nades for days. He's just
restocking with another tree.
Target practice. This
7
guy.
nades.
Oh, he's got 7, but it's okay. It's gone. It's gone already. Come on. Don't kick him while he's down. Just toss it someplace else. SEM9, a lot of harm. He's going to come in and deal some harm's way onto the likes of SMG, or at least he's trying to negate that. But they're in quite of the pincer situation right now.
Another episode of The Simpsons. Stop it, guys. He's already dead. Now, SEM9 on fire. 5 takedowns. RSG with 6. 4 for Genexus. As we have seen, Crit VIP, they were also in the middle of the battle early on, taken out as well. Stone, the king of utilities right now. So many boxes for him to just take, and take. But for the time being, Circle belongs to SEM9 as well as SMG. Yoodo Alliance over the north side, and Genexus will have to move off of their high hill. So, got to reposition the throne. DBD climbing upwards though, challenging the likes of Genexus. And SMG, they held for some time. It doesn't seem like they're actually going to be budging off for now. All they have to do is to pull off a perfect defense. And it's going to be a mini 14 in the hands of Hin. He spots those movements on that haystack. And they're just going to try to save the vehicle while they can.
Dude, Farang Guerilla is going to be scary in a late game. Stone has 7 nades. Another one of my members that was shown just now has 5 of his own. Dude, they're going to be raining things out. But they have to weather the storm, because if they were to expunge some of their utilities now, then they're not going to have much when it comes to a 1v1 situation or a team v team situation. Meanwhile, they have crashed on in as Dingoz. It's Kiddo gets taken out. Oh, now it's just a 3v1, a 3v... the members of the SMG. One of those members are far back though, so he can't come in with his support. But now Drax is just looking to make a push on forward. He's covered by smokes, but spots out Ricky instead. Drives on in.
Oh,
ooh, blows out. Yeah.
Oh, he almost got run over right there, but Drax still stays alive. Shinzi taking the defense inside of the shacks. He's going to be able to actually protect himself with smokes. Meanwhile, Dingoz still not done yet. They're trying to get all for back up online. Meanwhile, DBD, they are also driving their way towards the same direction. 2 members are down from the side of Genexus. That's going to hinder them from approaching, and DBD hiding behind there. Trying to go in for a refrag. Jenny goes to a drop shot. Both of them taken out there. And oh, that's awkward.
Yeah, position him right up there. You know, you got to show the kill off. That's how you send the message in the lobby. But Ricky sending another message there. You leave, you get shot through the doors there, and that is it. Dingoz might look to immediately go with the aggressor approach. Make the push. They have 0 in the eliminations. They have to desperately rake in the kills from this attempt alone. Pushing in immediately onto the living room here, but SMG, they're holding the corners. Spot out is trying to go in with the revive, but the spray, they're trading each other. But SMG seems to be the upper hand here, and they will have their members wiped out. Ate will have to clutch things out. He was coming in as the far back fire, but they get taken out in this attempt. Dingoz losing to SMG despite having a great entry.
And that entry was so aggressive. I thought that the SMG was done for. Hen saves the day, takes out 3 of them by the end of the call. Attic Luke this time brings out the MG3. That deserves a big highlight right there and there.
Genexus though, 7 kills, all members picked up, by the way. They might go in and take out
another
SMG.
Challenger.
This is Genexus. This is not just your willy-nilly team. This is the one who took out GEEK Fam themselves, and they can look to take out the SMG boys. Moving under gunfire. Might be their name, but they are not in the safe zone. Oh, Hin! Once again, but gets burned down in the process. So they won that fight, Genexus, but only to the mistakes of SMG.
My oh my, leave him enough room, he might have actually clutched another team out. Genexus a little worried right over there. Now it's going to be HYVE International getting a saving grace from other teams. As Malix gets taken now, they will have to go in for a revive still, and they will be inside the circle, so HYVE can play this really slowly. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA, so far away, has to crawl through. Luke still hunting out for Helton, trying to drop a nade to his ex-teammate right there, but HYVE International got problems of their own. Harm trying to spray their way to success. Don't take downs already from the side of SEM9. Everyone's inside of the circle. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance still finding a way, trying to claim a territory. They're just going to book it right into the middle. But here we go. Genexus now pounces onto the Tigers instead. Big nade coming out from Xiaoboy will knock down Harm. And now Luke's in danger as well. Xiaoboy now with the push, trying to look for those takedowns. Dab will get him instead. And Dab saves the day for SEM9, but here comes another rival. Going for the push, Mumpar's out. And SEM9 only has Dab, 1 HP left, still hanging on the thread.
But the match is not over. SEM9 can still actually come in and trade it onto the members who pushed onto SEM9, and that's going to be 2 kills confirmed. SEM9 might even go in with the revive here. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance having skirmishes of their own up against the NC boys. Black positioning himself to maybe come in with some sort of flank or cover fire.
Okay.
Actually, he's the only member that's...
There's a theory for me right now. If the Genexus as well as SEM9 take each other out, HYVE International as the one that has the biggest edge here with 3 members still intact. Grenades are already locked in. Xiaoboy finds Deb, will knock him down, but there's still Mamparong, and that should be it for SEM9, but they still have 1 more player left. And there we go. Olio, though he's alone, he spots 2 through the grasses. The Snakes will not be able to survive. Meanwhile, Long still trying to fend off against SEM9. HYVE International, they are so close to the circle, and that's why Genexus trying to take them out and focus their attention instead of members of SEM9 that they couldn't take out.
SEM9 though, they got back the revive onto the members. Genexus, they expunged 2 players, and still they cannot put this Tiger to sleep, and now this is only going to be a long-drawn battle between these 2. And who's going to crumble first? That is going to be the highlight by HYVE. Coming with the upset though. Takes him out in the back end with Xiaoboy as well. Getting that kill on the Lord Harm, and now Genexus can look to rule the lands in which they reside, but HYVE has the number advantage.
He's looking for Xiaoboy, and he gets spotted out. Going in for the hit tap, and Flags will claim 1 off. Only 1 member left for the side of Genexus, and so is everybody else. Best chance in for the Philippines here to get their chicken dinner, but they have to look out for Bravo. Bravo is the closest one, hiding inside of the grasses and the bushes. Speaking of which, there goes Edoten, and they will have Bravo revealing their location. It does save HYVE, but how much longer can they survive? Yoodo Alliance is the one that's been lurking right behind him all along. Olio is just waiting to secure 2nd place.
Well, I think he should be the ones with the trigger discipline right now. If he does have info on where Bravo is, then he should know that the gunfire is all happening on the opposite side of his position, and he can let them just go at it at each other. Make the trades happen and come in with the cleanup, but now Bravo kind of has an idea on where Olio might be.
Just trying his luck here, chipping health away from the member of Yoodo Alliance. And you can see Bravo has already got his helmets punctured through. Sure, it's level 3 gears there, but it's not going to work out for far too long. Now he's also exposing himself slightly to the views. This nade will lob directly towards Olio, and these 2 are just fighting it out. They can take each other out. Now, HYVE International, 2 versus 1 against Farang Guerilla.
He does have a medkit, and we all know Bravo, he's clutched one before for SEM9 in a previous season. He's going to try and do this again. If anyone's going to do it, I think he has, but he's already out in medkits. This is the last he's ever going to get, but the
there we go.
Right in front of his face there. Chip damage. Nothing lethal just yet. Spraying in the right general direction, but just not hitting the mark. And HYVE do it for the Philippines here. HYVE International, they're finally showing the chemistry and coming out on top, showing that the Pacific Islanders have got what it takes to go up against the ranks of Malaysia and Singapore.
Then the faithful have been rewarded, and I'm one of them. I voted for them in the first round. HYVE International have finally claimed their first chicken dinner here in week 2, day 4 in match 3. And we saw the way that they find themselves into the circle, planting themselves directly into the spot. They were challenging Genexus, SEM9 as well, and they absolutely deserve their victory after some long week of play.
Yeah, but all props also to the teams that took the highlight as well. SEM9 and Genexus, they played absolutely out of their minds. Honestly, I would even argue that if it wasn't for how resilient SEM9 was in holding their stance against Genexus, HYVE wouldn't have this opportunity.
Now with this chicken dinner, they have gotten themselves out of the gutter out there. Let's take a look at the highlights once again, because this was battles of all 16 teams across the map. We started off here with GEEK fam getting battered up, and it's all thanks to PUBG with that flank of the century.
Yeah, and in some of these fights that took place, long drawn here, Iftar, the last member of MAB, couldn't hold their ground. Farang Guerilla, we've seen them playing superly aggressive here, paying off dividends. SEM9 as well, playing in the middle of an open field with only cars and the carcasses of a car to seek refuge from. Held back so many pressure. RSE went close, but unfortunately just not close enough as Kim gets taken out. The members of the RSG actually gets taken out by a third party.
That's right, Tabah NSEA. They were also getting themselves into the haystacks much early on, and they fought out against MUGEN and DBD. They have many of their members getting bruised out as well, but SEM9, they were the ones fighting against HYVE International, but they couldn't stop them because Genexus was literally hard-hitting all over from the heart north of the map. And only with just Genexus from the back. And from here on, HomeBois, after that challenge, we saw shots coming from blanks as well as fourth row that was basically hindering the rest of Genexus from pursuing forward. And HYVE claims their first ever chicken dinner here in the PMPL MYSGPH.
I didn't make a mental note on the amount of frags that they've secured. I know minute, but still for this team who's down at the bottom for nearly 2 weeks now, getting their first chicken is going to be a breath of fresh air. And our Farang, they did absolutely spectacular as well. I think the only mishap was, I think, Yoodo Alliance, who tried to push into the likes of SMG but got wiped out by Hin. I wonder why SMG is not across the board on teams to focus.
That's right, now we have 21 points for HYVE International. Congratulations to the Philippines securing this one in the bag. And with 21 points, they should be moving up into the standings out there. Farang Guerilla is going to do exactly the same. Guerilla is points, 8 points each for NC as well as SMG. RGU7, 3 for DBD, 2 for Axis as well as Crit VIP. MUGEN as well as Dingoz gets 1, the rest gets 0.
And Depth is the one who comes out on top for the most valuable players. I think SEM9 definitely, despite not having a chicken dinner, they weathered the storm against Genexus. That was no easy feat to do, especially when Genexus got the entry point and taking 3 members down. It was Depth alone who held them back, and when Genexus came in with a 2-man push, that's where Bubu and Loyu got punished. And immediately securing the kills for SEM9, and it became a 2v2 for Genexus against SEM9, and all because Depth alone. So that is credits given when it's due.
Look at that, HYVE International leapfrogs their way through, just needing a little bit more to make their way into the top 16 run. Team HYVE against them is just 6 points away. Team Secret, they could easily challenge this with a 10-point run, and that should be sufficient for them. And we still have 2 more runs inside Miramar. We'll see whether or not they'll be playing on either one of these maps. Definitely will play at least 1 game out there. So other than that, we see Yoodo Alliance now slowly breaching into the 100 mark as Crit VIP gets 99 points, almost joining into the rest of the squads as well.
I would like to point out though, Genexus right now, very, very possible to take over the #1 spot. It's really not that many games. If they keep that sort of performance or consistency through and through for the rest of the games today and come in tomorrow relatively strong with the momentum, they might even end up at #1.
That's very true. And now with all these gap closures and even stories of resurgence of teams out there are trying to make their mark and make the name for themselves are starting to come true, man, it's time when we actually speak to some of these guys out there, don't you think?
Yeah, obviously we'll be waiting in for an interview coming up later, but first, I would really hope that the person going to be on the line is coming from HYVE International, because I think they've worked so hard to get this opportunity. I wouldn't want to have to rob that opportunity from them. Obviously, provided if they want to talk to us. That's
right.
I've been a total, I'm not going to say that word here.
Well, overall, like we've been waiting for this moment, especially the Philippines have been waiting for this moment, because we understand that there's a lot of great talents out there in the Philippines, and they are the sole representative of this league, fighting for a chance to get into the SEA finals. They've been to the SEA finals before, but of course, all the odds stacked against them, and they were finding their footing back in week 1. Week 2, looking even better. Imagine how week 3 is going to look like, right? Like, I hope to see them in the grand finals, and this season we have so many spots for teams to move into the SEA League itself. From what I understand, top 4 out of the league or through the grand finals will move directly to SEA, and another 3 teams will be going into the play-in. So, ample possibilities, and I feel this is the best chance ever for all of those that have not been there to get a taste of how international waters taste like.
Yeah, I mean, just to put in a note here, although the weekly rankings look like they're drifting apart and have no chance, remember, it's the bonus points that will be determining them where they are in the overall standing. So far, HYVE has 3 points to be in the top 16. That is RSG at number 16 with only 5 points, which means if they secure themselves ongoing improvement uptrend here comes in the remaining of the matches we have this week and comes next week, there's a huge possibility they'll secure themselves in the top 16 position, enough to make it into the country finals, and hopefully, like you said, in the top 7, top 8 position to maybe even stand a chance for SEA.
And on top of that, there's also a lot of money on the line, right? I mean,
well,
so long as you make your way into the grand finals, more stash of money will be given over, and then on top of that, you get into SEA. That's where the bulk of the income they will possibly get.
That's true.
Until they get their way into the PMGC spot. So I think we would have to elaborate on the PMGC slot overall. So total points, the league as well as the bonus points over the weekend, all gathered through. We'll also add up the previous season records as well. And currently leading it should be GEEK Fam at the moment. There was also Dingoz along that territory. RG at first was around that top 5. I believe it's possible that they even overtake and make it to the top 3. Team Secret, they might have had a little bit of that, but then again, this performance on this week might have actually lost them quite some significant points.
I mean, if you're talking about the accumulation of points for PMGC, right? When you're factoring the previous season, they're not doing too hot as well, so that's something to worry about. But now we have an interviewee actually at the end of the line. It's one from HYVE International, Aaron's best friend. Let's take it away.
And let us all welcome HYVE International on board. And congratulations for that chicken dinner. You guys have finally done it. You guys came close a couple of times. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm really happy because we won chicken dinner. It's been a tough week for us.
Yeah, and of course, we could understand, like, we see that you guys were also trying to make adjustments throughout the league overall. So could you elaborate on some of the challenges that you guys been going through, maybe from week 1 all the way up to this point that you guys finally backed this chicken dinner by the end of that round?
Since the first week, it's really laggy. Like, we 157 MS.
Oh my.
And then sometimes when we push like we are teleporting from one place to another. That's
Oh.
why sometimes we lost the fight.
Oh, okay.
Understand about that one. So after the week number 1, when you realized that the connections aren't really the best, did you re-strategize for it? Maybe play it a bit passive just because you know that things that you're seeing is not real time? Or did you just play your own game and hope for the best?
Yeah, we hope for the best and just pray.
Yeah, and overall, we can see that, especially on this week itself, you guys have got really good runs as well. Where inside of Miramar, we saw you guys were also close on second place and all that. And I think like there's a lot of Filipino friends out there cheering for you guys, and you've probably made a lot of new fans as well around this whole region. So, do you have any words that you want to share to or shout out to with this victory?
I just want to say thank you for all of the supporters of HYVE. Thank you for supporting us, and shout out to my mama, my girlfriend, and my papa.
Oh, awesome. And of course, that's a big victory out there. And also, when we look into so many of all these teams out there, since it's your first chicken dinner and you get to talk to us, we want to also reintroduce HYVE International members out there. It's like, who's the cheekiest member out of all your teammates? Or could it be you yourself?
What?
The cheekiest.
I think it's me.
Oh, that's you.
You're talking to him right there.
All right.
No need to go on further. HYVE International, impressive stuff you pulled out here. Congratulations on your first chicken dinner. We're hoping for more chicken dinner. How many? Can you promise me another chicken tomorrow or the rest of the day? The day's not over just yet. Can we get another one?
We will try our best and another pray to God.
All right. Try your best indeed. Mabuhay, brothers. We'll see you in the next one. Peace out, gang signs. Bye-bye.
All right. Make your way to the grand finals. We'll see you there.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Awesome. I just love the vibes. Like that first ever chicken dinner. And you can see he's pumped up. And, well, it definitely was struggles that we understand that, you know, when it comes down to a league that has multiple nations involved, like, there's going to be pain differences, and they braved through it and finally got this one in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they said they're not even strategizing, factoring the lag, they're just playing their game, hope for the best. That's the best thing you can do. Now, just look at where they dropped down, and it was around Milta Power. Immediately, they went on a 1-1-1-1 split just to get as much items as they can. Could be utilities and all, and thankfully for them, they didn't really have to, you know, go through hell to make it within the circle here. I believe they made it onto this point for the longest of time. They were first movers in. Eventually, it was SEM9 who's the one who's pressing them out from the entire circle, and so that was like pretty much their first introduction to what is it called, obstacles in this match.
Yeah, and in their rotation seemed to be really provocative to me because it wasn't all too straightforward. Directly in the circle, they went in towards the south side. They did swerve up much early on, and then this is where they were forced to move into the outskirts of Ruins as well as the outskirts of Pochinki. And yet again, you see how many teams were surrounding them, and yet they have been able to basically bypass everyone else. They took quite significant fights too, where they chimed into those battles between SEM9, RSG, and a few other teams over on the south side. And then there's also Yoodo Alliance, which we saw. Nate were part of the game plan. After all, SMG, that shelter looked good for a moment, and everybody else says, I want that house. And Genexus were the ones that says, hey, get out of there.
Yeah, and they successfully kicked SMG out from that house.
Dingoz too.
Yeah. Well, no, it was Dingoz. SEM9. Was it Dingoz who pushed and failed for it?
Yeah, Dingoz pushed and almost got it in the bag, and SMG definitely at least showing some strength right there. But it's interesting to me how, even with this circle not favoring everyone, HYVE made the best out of it. They know there's no point moving directly in the center. Everyone's by the corner anyways. Yeah. So they chose to pick a fight, and they picked the fight against the strongest teams out there, SEM9 and Genexus, and deal with what some may say the lessers.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, but like honestly, SEM9 kind of worked into their favor, right? Because again, Genexus was 4 members up to that point, but because his depth just played out of his mind, despite being the only one alive, he really just stood toe-to-toe against the rest of the members of Genexus. Eventually, SEM9 would go down because HYVE was right on their back end. You go in with the flank side shots here. But man, that if SEM9 wouldn't have been able to suppress Genexus, Genexus would have taken over this game. Now, talking about good things in life that shouldn't be kept to myself and suppressed down into a dark black box, it is, of course, the brand new Realme GT Neo 3. As you can see on the screen, blue or white, whichever it is, we respect your pick. Although I do have my favorites. But one thing they don't, have favoritism on is the devices. Or what runs it internally. The chipsets, they're both running on dual chipsets here called the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G, which brings you power efficiency, immersive gaming experience, and a seamless gameplay.
That's right. On top of that, everything you need on the smartphone is there, and they come with a Sony camera out there. It's high quality with high megapixels, but we'll leave all those details aside, whether you can check out Realme's website, but you can also check out Yoodo, powered by Cellcom. They are our official digital telco partners, and they're offering free data for you to play PUBG Mobile. So download the app, scan that QR code right here to download it, and you can get your SIM pack basically sent to your doorstep without actually costing you all too much. And you can explore a brand new world where you don't get charged for things that you don't even use with your current plans.
What? We don't get extra charges? That sounds a bit too unreal, right? But you know what else is unreal? PUBG Mobile now on TikTok platform. Yeah, that's exciting news. Go over and follow all PUBG Mobile's TikTok accounts. Okay, PUBG Mobile MY official for Malaysia, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg for Singapore, PUBG Mobile official PH for the Filipinos, and man, use the hashtag #BeTheOne to make sure you have a strong chance of getting reposted because they're starting off TikTok. Let's welcome them with open arms, right? You're millennials. I want to learn a thing or two being a boomer. So before we go on further into our Miramar match of the day, we're going to take a quick break. Once again, you're watching the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. It's Contra on my right-hand side here, probably inverted for you. It's Keith here, and this desk where your cast is. We'll see you in a bit. Bye-bye.
Proses. Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 jatuh kepada
Sebab musim bunga pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation, defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula. Kali ini
2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022.
Be the one.
Tak ya, Mel. Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10. Brother, is this real or fake? Apa ni? Kau dua. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku IJF, aku ikut tu. Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang ke?
Binatang.
Terasa bodoh apa benda yang ni?
Apa tu bodoh? Masuk Mel. I behind you. You go first. Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Banyak lah.
a man, be a man, be a man. Buruk. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan.
Terus
Snack.
Buah apple.
Rasa macam kertas tu.
Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Taruh tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air. Lah. Tajam gila, takut.
Can we redo? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Like I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this?
Nenas. Okey guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam 2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
And we are back for more here at the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. It's Contra as well as GEEK and HYVE International have secured their first ever chicken dinner for the Philippines. And we'll see how far further will they move forward from here on. And I'm believing that they will just get even more from here on.
I mean, this is a first step to many more. You know what they say, one small step for men, one big step for HYVE International, and they're about to get more and more chickens. Hopefully, like as he said, they're going to pray for God for it. But now, let's take a look at the most damage dished out in that match alone. We have Genexus Xiaoboy. Not really small numbers here. He's coming in with a big 978 at second place. Meanwhile, Depp takes in at the #1 spot. Obviously, I mean, 1v3, you kind of have to give it to him.
That's right. Overall, we see the same few players out there. It's Depp here with 6 eliminations, 5 for Xiaoboy, 5 for Bravo as well. Though he did manage to last out the fight, there was Olayo that managed to make a top 2 finish for Farang Guerilla overall. So today's matches here, let's go back to the drawing board. This time, Group B will be taking a break, so this time around, no Genexus, don't break dreams, Access redONE as well as MUGEN. Everyone else on your screen will be playing out in the first run of Miramar and Match 4.
Yeah, and so we finally have HomeBois, Team Secret, Team Bosskurr, and Team Hawk, arguably the group that's struggling the most. Gotta put it out there, all right? Take a look at it. Take a look at it.
Actually, yes. Now, now that I think of it, like, I really couldn't explain if there is a, it's just if this group is currently cursed in week 2, but maybe it's just not their week after all. Let's take a look at the teams to focus here on Miramar. Dingoz have overtaken every other team to be the best team inside of Miramar. and they have been able to shut down many of their opponents with 72 takedowns and 91 ranking points on an average. So this is going to be the best time for Dingoz to rise above, while SEM9 on second. GEEK Fam now on third place, surprisingly. 4 Rivals is still around the radar on that 4th spot as well.
Well, for me, this is how I legitimize the data. If 4 Rivals is one of the top contenders in Miramar, then I know that they did their homework, because that is true for a fact. 4 Rivals, even back in the days where before they were green, they were red. Like Miramar was the map, but obviously
they were also green and red.
They were obviously they found their way slipping a little bit, but hey. Look at them. They started down pretty slow, but they are in the top 5 position. And if you want to be winners too, why don't you sport this Bramble Overlord set one for yourself? Like, hey, take a look at it. It's manly to be wearing diamond-hearted rubies across your chest and shoulder blades and also your kneecaps. There's nothing wrong with it at all.
That's right. It's hailing from a thorny kingdom, said to be the nature's spirit ultimate hero. He values, protects above all. How do we get this suit now? And we got the PMPL and EMCT on-ground watch party. So go ahead, visit Paradigm Mall Johor this weekend. I know Saturday has passed. Tomorrow we can basically drop by and say hi to some of your favorite players out there, and you might even make even more friends to go. Next weekend, though, we will be in Ipoh Parade in Perak, and the week after, Surya Sabah, and that's on the 13th to 14th of August.
Not gonna lie, if it's going to be on a weekend, I didn't really check when 13 and 14 is. If it's over on a weekend, I might even consider going over, right? Are we on duty?
Flying back so soon?
I miss my dog.
I don't think you're on duty on that day. You can bring me along, show me around.
Let's go. We showed them how the Island Boys do it. But how do we think the teams are going to favor here in Miramar? Who's going to take the one home? Oh, I was just hyping 4 Rivals up, saying that Miramar is their map, and here you are agreeing with me in silence.
Overall, like, we've seen them put to work over on the course of the battlefield, and I think that there's just so many times that they've come second that they are finally here to just fix all these sort of loopholes that they had in whatever that they were lacking on, and they should be able to actually close out games from here on. So who's to say there's no one stopping them, right? There's still Dingoz Esports, which will be my second draft if there were to be any, because they definitely are eyeing to be chasing against the rest of it. And today, Dingoz have been doing relatively well, maybe not on the top 2 on a frequent basis, but top 5, top 6, we've seen them a couple of times.
And also SEM9 plays in their group, so if they're here, that means if 4 Rivals is playing, which means SEM9 will be there to as a potential opposer as well. GEEK Fam, although, rough start. Still very scary in theory or in history records here, so can't count them off just yet. Who knows? They're gonna get some sort of a motivational burn out there and just wreak havoc once again around the entire map of Miramar. But I guess that's all. Should have, would have, could have, or more like wishful thinking. Let's actually see the game play out in Sunnyside Miramar.
That's right, and we've already seen the fights that happened in Los Higos previously with HYVE International taking down some players. I believe it was DBD or MAB Esports.
I think it's Axis, right? I remember
yes,
the wrist was waiting. Yeah.
So that might happen again. And let's see if HYVE International could pop off once again inside of Miramar. So with that being said, as we can just navigate the way throughout this 8x8 kilometer map, where you just have like more 80% of field to play around, it's still hard to tell where it goes most of the time, but majority of the circles have appeared around the northern side of Power Grid in general. I hope to see something a little bit more different today. So we're going to be moving into our match here real quick. Once again, this is 2022 PMPL MYSGPH as we make our way forward to Miramar.
That's not even a sound of the engine that runs this car. Yeah. Very anticlimactic. But where does this flight path take us? Cargo ship, show us a trajectory. La Cabrera all the way down, cutting through Jumasera itself. Maybe even a piece, nah, that's not even Lost Egos anymore. Well, that is the flight path, which means GEEK Fam is going to get their El Pozo. A lot of these teams are still going to get their drop on. However, teams who played in the northeastern side is going to be struggling a little bit. I kind of missed out your point here, but is MAB on this? Oh, yes, they are. Group B missed out on Sanok, which means MAB is going to struggle getting into their spot. Cruise the Veil for 4 rivals. Still kind of shaky, but it's still doable. As well as Axis and Team Bosskurr trying to get into El Azahar. They are... I think it's a far stretch, man. Do you think they should be flexible to change things up or just revert into the original?
Well, I think like they could just stick to the usual plan if they really want to. Get a couple of vehicles, you should be able to actually reach those certain spots, so it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. MAB, as we have been discussing about it, they have gotten their way into the far southern side. We've seen them in caves before, and...
But it changed. Yeah, very nice.
Not too much of a drastic change at the very least.
No, they were like up top though.
They were in Campo Militar, but there are times where they are also in southern side Los Leones. So 2 options. I think like it's always fair that you have plan B. Plan C is very unlikely. This time Adams comes in, Mamparang goes out. So just loving that in the adaptation of things where the same player could also be subbed back in any given moment, where Adams now starts off with a M16. And I tell you what, that circle that we saw earlier on is a GEEK Fam circle.
It was a yesterday circle too.
Somewhere around the crater
but
side
that was
again.
NC who won the chicken.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but they took a hefty travel distance from all the way from Valdemar, crossing Trailer Park and finding their way onto the northern west side of the entire circle entry there. So that could be, I mean, if things happen the way it does again, they might just get themselves another chicken dinner, which would be good to bring themselves back up to speed, because now that they've drifted further and further from the top 5 position, and yeah, I think they need something to go their way.
That's right. HYVE Pro now back in the game as they take Tam out on the substitution. HYVE Pro, back then when he was with the rest of Dingoz, I'll tell you this, where he took a break from Dingoz for at least 1 season. When he came back, they have joined the rest of HomeBois, and that season itself popped off insanely. Yet again, HomeBois have been plagued that they couldn't have reached into the C finals ever. They did go to the grand finals a couple of times though. So but perhaps there is a reassurance coming into the brand new weeks that they can still pounce back up. Meanwhile, for SMG, now being pushed into the 15th spot, HYVE International has overtaken them by 9 points in total.
9 points. I mean, it's something. Not not comfortable with it though. But look at that. If they can bypass the likes of Team Huck, who's had remarkable week number 1, it's still something good to go their way. But oh, hold that thought, because SMG again just cannot catch a break from the previous match. Now drags on forward, but this time they're winning the trade here, so this could just be a very favorable trade. Dingoz looking to push again, but it will not succeed to an avail here. SMG, they clean in a previous round. Oh, okay, that was a replay. I thought that was happening in real time. I'm so sorry.
I was just staring at you like, chill, guys. It definitely looked like Angle for a moment, right?
Yeah, that's what I was like, wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, like SMG.
I was just saying that they can't catch a break. I'm like, why was that there?
Yeah, don't worry. We got Keith back up.
Guys, so, I'm here now. Whatever happened?
Okay, self-actualization, that's what we call it. All right, so that at least it tells you that SMG, they can take fights. Like, it's just that those fights that they initiate weren't the best. They need to be rushed upon on and be the second one to call the shots instead. Back to the cave we go.
I wouldn't say that though, remember, because SMG likes to play it passive. They go into sheds and just end
at least that was a bigger shed. So they had a little bit more room.
True. But maybe that. Oh! Was that replay too?
Yes.
Yeah, friendly fire. It seems getting. I didn't think that would register though.
Depending on the force, how hard it hits you, I guess.
But he just moved. He wasn't even.
He got his foot stuck on onto the wheels, and then after that he just flipped underneath and up in the air. Sounds painful, man.
I think I know why I'm so not up to speed. Right, my eyes are just like automatically not looking at the top side of the screen because the lights is blinding me. That's my justification. Take it or leave it.
I know it's the weekend.
No,
That's why
but
you're blinded
truth
by the
be
lights.
told, though, we now have a big, huge light right in front of us. In case you didn't know, we're much brighter today inside in the studio, and well, it comes with certain drawbacks.
Yes, and I guess I could make do with that. Anyways, like just to feel these people in. Yeah, we are in studio. Back then, you know, me and Keith, we were just casting through online on those days where we were locked in our rooms. Like, it's so much more fun, at the very least. And speaking of which, I wish that we are getting offline events a lot more so that players from MUGEN as well as HYVE International could also take a flight here, or all the Malaysian players could take a flight to Singapore or to the Philippines, as long as this league keeps on running. Now, players are not really running, but they're climbing up hills. We have Blanks, who spotted out Crit VIP, moving close by onto the crater fields here. Meanwhile, zooming into the territories of the region, 3x scope doesn't really offer too much, but if you don't have anything else, it does help a little bit.
Oh,
spots the vehicle moving downwards, so a little bit of missed opportunity for Blanks. HYVE International, once again, Lee's coming out with some good pacing, moving up into the regions of crater fields really quickly. And Magix is about to do the same alongside with the rest of Tabah NSEA.
They're doing the usual rotation, man. Like I said, this was the circle that got them the chicken dinner, and they're taking the long road, taking the highway to get their way into the circle, and they might just be crossing. You're trying to get in from the top side, most probably here.
Still going to take a while, though, as this is just past the regions of Monte Nevo. So I really do wonder how much more gas tanks do they have to refuel, because they understand this is a long ride after all.
Gas are expensive nowadays too.
Yeah, like over here it's like what, 4 ringgit almost for a RON 97. Pass.
Yeah, you're pumping good stuff in your car.
I don't even. That's why I'm piloting, because I'm not pumping the good stuff. And that's like what, 2 ringgit and close to 50 cents now to a liter of gas. I wonder what it's like in Singapore. Probably more expensive.
Yeah. Currency.
A friend of mine did say that, yeah, it's almost like $1 per liter.
Oh, that's
in the
painful.
Philippines. Yeah.
That's very painful.
I could be wrong. Correct me in the chat. Speaking of gas, hey, they found a plenty. Those are gold, man.
Yeah, but don't they have like somewhat of a trishaw in the Philippines where you can actually save on gas and actually just cycle your way through?
Do you think it's anywhere close to Miramar where the trishaw's at?
Okay, true. I don't know why I brought that one up. But NC taking a similar path of yesterday, moving on the outside, this time not really needing to drop by Trailer Park. And so they'll cut their way in from the western side instead, playing by the edge.
Edging their way throughout. And Dingoz taking the slow approach as well.
Very exciting.
It is exciting indeed. Meanwhile,
The
a lot of
anticipation,
teams in the middle, yeah, they're the ones looking out for the excitement.
How are we getting away with this? Yoodo Alliance, Repo Boy, no. Tell me more about this kid.
Oh, wait, what?
Whoa.
Didn't he pass that?
It's true what HYVE said. 157 MS.
Well, it won't happen if you switch to Yoodo today.
Exactly, and you do the game better. You
do the game better.
Yep.
Is that the best you've got?
I know what I said. I know what I said. We will move on. It's not 17 minutes yet for the first kill to happen. It is Miramar. Beg our pardon.
But then again, it's always Miramar. The roads are also very rocky, which doesn't really help in general, whether if you lack or you don't.
But
So-
someone's on top, right? Is that
where?
I thought I saw like a smoking
it's Bird.
vehicle.
But then again, the noises aren't coming from Bird for sure. Tap, 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 tap. Who are they tapping to? That's a question. And see.
I knew it. It was someone on top. Yeah.
I mean, you just gotta be trying your luck sometimes. If you do have a 8x scope, it does help a whole lot more. But then again, there's always gonna be bullet drops as well. So it's honestly not so easy to land. So, hidden. Still finding their way. Yep, 11 minutes without a single player getting taken off. Everybody enjoying their time under the sunny weather. Dylan's still playing here. And I think he's not a fan of his son. He's hiding. Okay. At least his backpack is getting some.
He was wearing a panda hat too. Oh, what a transition back into the animal kingdom.
Got the M4 eyes to flex, so he's still chill. Ice in the veins he goes. And yet again, doesn't seem like any of that chill is helping them because they're not feeling all too patient right now already. But the rest of HomeBois making a pit stop. Speaking of HomeBois pit stop, you guys are in Malaysia.
You're just giving plugs here, right? Like there's no reason to
helping brothers out
to approach Tencent to approach them for a sponsorship now. They're just getting the free plugs. Oh, Lord Harm. Wait, I see a lot of these people just getting taken out by the car. Is that
face planting?
Something else?
Yeah, well, I mean,
SMG had the first face plant, and now SEM9.
Just Miramar things. If you don't get taken out by other teams, you get taken out by yourself.
That's nothing to do with the teleportation.
Doesn't seem so. Look at this huge drop. Probably came in from the hills.
And see, again, their weird rotations paid off.
They didn't have to move all too far from the city right now. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, this is basically their turf. And they are already at the spine of the hill. So far, Heikel takes advantage of HomeBois. He doesn't like the pit stop.
Yeah. I heard it's overpriced, but who am I to say?
I was there recently. It was okay.
It's alright. It's alright. I like them fan with a little bit of moisture, you know? Go back home feeling a little bit sticky. That's all adds up in the fun, right?
I'm not too sure about the sticky part, but okay, I'll take what's given. Anyways, sticky situation for SMG, especially having a team right above them. It's going to be a mini 14 in the hands of Hin, the guy that clutched it all out. Back in Erangel, Erangel was Erangel. At least there's flat grounds to work with instead of curvy hills. Iman now reparked his vehicle perfectly into... Oh man, he crashed the wall. Not perfect anymore. But then again, yeah, they didn't have to pay for the cars anyways.
Oh, look.
Oh, Vigor.
It's almost 14 minutes. We're going to get our first kill.
Almost. Okay, 14 now.
Now you can get the first kill. Let's go. Start shooting up. Bosskurr went on the hunt. I think yesterday, the second Miramar map was 14 minutes on the first blood.
I felt like it was 18 or 20.
That was the first Miramar map. The first Miramar map, it was 17 minutes in.
Oh boy, Vigor is also put by the blue zone as well. The rest of HYVE International doesn't seem like they're anywhere around to actually help a brother out. Vigor kind of stuck here. The vehicle's not really present for him as well. Jumper trying to at least get some vision.
Grenades.
Doing some squats while at it. Okay. Suddenly.
Oh, Jumper.
Oh, I think he heard those footsteps right now.
Careful though.
He's got the angles and Vigor. He takes it down dead. There you go. First blood in for HYVE International after taking that chicken dinner. 6 more seconds for him, but can he heal up with that mid?
Nah, he's gone. He's gone. Just take the L. But it was already a good trade for the likes of HYVE, right? You're getting it at 1 point. Because it makes a difference on the bottom more so than in the top 5 position for that 1 kill. And so HYVE, they came out on top,
Oh,
but NC is in the area as well. I guess they're both trying to take over El Pozo for themselves. But NC, this is this rotation they always make, and Dingoz now joining into the safe side, but I wouldn't call it that safe just yet. Just not burning in the blue, but Yoodo Alliance now has the upper hand.
And HYVE International smacking themselves into the city. And this is going to get even harder to go because GEEK fam, they cannot hang over on those heels for far too long. Though there's many teams that haven't made it past. And this is basically going to be an open firing field if they were directly smack in the center of the stage. It's outside. That part of the warehouse is where most of the teams that are late to the party will try to get into. And it's also going to be a party inside of town. Helton now gets a shot onto Drax. Yoodo Alliance still pouncing upon them. But then again, Jenny right down below still has a little bit of HP, trying to get cover, but there's nowhere to hide. Ripper Boy takes another one out. 2 streaks in for the side of Yoodo Alliance, and it's going to be Bravo that steals it away, man. Where is Bravo?
Well, one thing's for sure, you're right. SMG, they just can't seem to take a fight or engagements here. They have to play the passive one. They're good defense, but their offense is barely there.
Mediocre.
It doesn't feel like they've got a consistent record in trying to push onto anyone. Meanwhile, Snipes, though, that is the total opposite. GEEK fam, one of the successors in the aggressive gameplay here. Already on top of the board, gets one. With that, eliminates MAB, and this fight against Yoodo Alliance and SMG still not concluded just yet.
Well, eventually they will have to close it out, though. Both sides unwilling to share the corner of the circle with each other. Big grenade chipping onto Shinzi. SMG still trying to fight back. Farang Guerilla as well as Team Hawk wants to chime in as well. Big nade will finally clip onto Shinzi. Now Addict Luke ready for the push. Got the M249 in hand. Now Jenny here. Last run. He still gets one more, but couldn't close it out. Addict Luke secures it.
Well, that will be it for the likes of SMG. Yoodo Alliance, they get 5 kills. But now they're under gunfire. Team Hawk from the far side. Capitalist. Are their names already taken? 2 members down, maybe even more here. Can they actually go in with the cleanup? Can Yoodo Alliance deter them? We've seen how SEM9, a single dep itself, could take on the likes of Genexus. Can that sort of hold be emulated by the likes of Yoodo Alliance?
Still going to be pretty hard. Yuhai is the next casualty right there, falling face flat on the ground. Team Hawk. Now spots the rest of Farang Guerilla. All inside the warehouse, sharing it with RSG. And this is only going to be a safe refuge for close to 2 minutes for the time being. Bravo now taken out by Bosskurr. Everybody's going down on their knees. RSG, they hope to actually push outwards and claim these 3 pointers. I'm now going for the save. Does it have enough time? Zigzag coming out with those smokes, but then again, Rex is already on pursuit. Spots out Bravo, and they will try to push onwards. Rex knows that they're hiding right behind, and he's about to lob grenades and make it harder for the team. Brian finds Bravo instead.
Yeah, but it's a three-way battle here in this compound. Bosskurr versus RSG first, and Farang still coming in from the backside. The Gorillas, they have eyes on the spoils, and they want a piece of the pie here. Farang Guerilla, Funky, he's looking at it from afar. RSG now go in with the first cleanup crew, but members of their own are dropping like flies, and Bosskurr right past by them, but will lose into the 1v1 trade against Luck. I guess you call him lucky right there.
Yeah, Rex safe by the bell. Look at how little HP he has. But that grenade still clipped onto him. It was coming out of stone, priming it right into the window, just sniffing him out. Meanwhile, Yuhai just managed to recover Micah, always lending a hand. This tag team duo, the most lethal of all out of the squads out there. But the rest of GEEK fam also getting shut. And it's going to be SEM9's very own dep that puts a prize on their head.
Man, Dep is just absolutely a beast. I mean, if he could hold off Genexus, he's taking on GEEK fam right now, and they're doing so successfully. And they're all going in with the drive-by shoot, real gangster style here. Spray and pray, brothers, as they now fall like flies. And, well, immediately looks onto the back end. It's Hin, who will be suppressed right in the open under hay bales.
And you can see that GEEK fam basically just spoke it into the shack. they took a real risk right here, and now the rest of Yoodo Alliance will be the ones that challenge the rest of Team HYVE as well. On top of the hill, it's going to be Helton there that does get the bird's eye view against the rest of Team HYVE. 2 crawling on the ground, or should I say, Damn Cutie still has some HP left at the very least. They've got a little bit of bunker set up with the broken vehicle, but at the very least. Meanwhile, Voki gets spotted out instead. Magic's making wonders happen from the city of El Pozo.
Oh, this got really sour for 4 rivals. They're losing the trade onto Tabah NSEA, who's currently gatekeeping.
Look at HYVE as well as Yoodo Alliance. They are both going to be securing the kills for themselves. I don't think other teams can actually survive this onslaught though. Just shooting squad right into the open fields. Michael, easy pickings. He doesn't have to be just going for the taps. There you go. Boy claims 1, but he put himself into harm's way. It's going to be Damn Cutie that gets those tags. Now Helton got to fall back. Pick that member up. Grenades are coming right in as well. Dangerous situation for Yoodo Alliance.
4 rivals already out officially, which means SEM9 left and out of the 4 who was lethal in this map of Miramar, but it seems like NSEA again putting a stop to it. Like I said, it's a similar circle, similar travel rotations, and now they might even turn the fate similarly to like yesterday when they got the chicken dinner on Miramar. Tabah NSEA, everything works into their favor. The stars are aligned as they shoot down more members of SEM9.
That ain't no Enigma Galaxy, but it will do for now. NSEA now 9 frags inside the city of El Pozo. They didn't really have to move too far the moment that they set foot into the city, but eventually they will go out in the open fields. They do have enough vehicles to do that though, but keep an eye out for GEEK fam. Also within that shed, HYVE International now being spotted out. Movements coming out from Corporal. Give themselves away. Lex tries to pin him, and he does get the tags onto the back. Man, that must have hurt. Used to be an adventurer like you, but took a bullet.
Taking a to a knee. Very nice. We got that.
Crossbows inside of this game somehow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Whatever
there
happened
used
to that?
To be,
yeah.
Right?
There was. That was like a crazy play.
Center you go. It feels like.
Oh well. Nobody used it. It lost its significance. Meanwhile, NSEA crashing in. Magic's. Surprise, surprise, Alakazam, I guess, abracadabra, whatever it may be, but Hin finding himself in confusion, but Magix is losing out on the trade, actually taking a bit too much in their health and spraying down on the Team HYVE. Only Zali survives from this hippie bus. He'll try and find his way for more refuge. Meanwhile, NSEA against SMG, that's the last member, I think, Hin, but it is Team HYVE who bows out first.
I'm surprised that he survives through the van, and Stone gets a perfect tag straight to the head. Helton getting held back, and SMG at least secures the top 8, but didn't manage to find any points. HYVE International were the ones to take out GEEK fam! My goodness! And I tell you this, they are rolling in. Prepare the checks for these guys because they're looking for another chicken dinner. But it's NSEA here that is going to weather the storm. It's 11 points in, takes out RSG, looking for Helton as well, and they are absolutely dominating.
Man, Flax OP, this guy is sharp in his eyes there, getting a couple of taps in, but it seems like they are in favorable sights with the only, well, hide and cover or compound, a mini compound you call it, in this circle. Everyone else has to go down from the high grounds. It's easy spray picking from then on, and Lax is already greeting them by the entrance.
Lex doesn't really have to worry. The only worry that they have is the upcoming 7th phase of the circle. Meanwhile, Edo10 playing this one out to perfection. HYVE International is showing a lot of mastery inside the map of Miramar thus far. And he tries to drive downwards, and Farang just gets an easy picking against Yoodo Alliance, and that also alerted the rest of Tabah NSEA to shoot right back. HYVE also getting tagged. Edo10 at least does have a little bit more of a safety net, but then again, they're a little bit far away from the circle. 45 seconds for them to actually run to the direction of Tabah NSEA. Tabah, all they have to do is just take a couple of strides, and they should be set for success.
Like I said, man, Lax just greeted them. They walked down the hills, got shot right in the Achilles tendons there. But they might even get in on the revive. HYVE now has 2 members, Farang Guerilla 2 as well, but NSEA they've got enough to cover both these teams in an even standing two to address two from each side.
They do have 7 frags, but no smoke grenades whatsoever. It's going to look pretty hard for HYVE International to get out of the rut. So they just have to bunker down. Let's see what they can actually get by the end. But another top 3 finish inside Miramar here will definitely secure them at least a total of 10 points by the end of the round, which is great. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA today seems to be their streak going on. And you did predict that they will do well, and indeed they will.
Yeah, just unfortunately not this time. I didn't predict it right this time, but I got a gut feeling that they will somewhat today based on the momentum they've displayed yesterday. Oh shots at in. HYVE taking a little bit of a warning there from the likes of Farang. So it seems like they're spread out a little too thin despite NC looking down on them. They now have another competitor to work with. Now they're burning down with the blue zone. HYVE dropping members. Only the last one who has only 5 left in the bag to play around with.
Oh, it's going to be painful though. Only 5 packs, and he does calculate it to perfection at the very release. But phase 8, once it kicks in, it may not be able to last out. So it's going to be NC. If they do pick off the members of Farang, then they can secure a second spot. HYVE International trying to bank it on that. But what could they do? 2 points lost for the likes of Tabah NSEA cannot be secured, but at least denying the points away from the rest of the teams to pick up on. So now down to the final pack, there's not much left for HYVE.
He's going
Top
up
3 at the very least, goes in for some shots. Respectable finish at the very least. HYVE, 4 limbs. Now down to Farang versus NC. And it's 2 versus 3 with 1 member knocked out. Lex goes down as well. Oh boy, NC now 2 members versus 2.
The tide has turned into an even favor. It's a stalemate right now, but NC Magix gets one on the flank and Funky to follow with, and that is it! Tabah NSEA reigns supreme in this first Miramar of the day, just pulling a rabbit out of the hat here again, time and time. It is NC Magix who clutch one for this team, performing miracles and a chicken dinner.
And the final shot, we can barely even see the other player out of the team that was going up against them. And here we go. Farang getting shut off by NC, and Tabah NSEA overall have finally got their chicken dinner that they've been long awaited for.
If it ain't broken, don't change it. And so far, this rotation, when this circle comes out, works. Keep up the good work. Keep doing this thing, right? They've gotten the chicken yesterday, and now here's another one. This is going to be probably propelling them up back into contention of that top 5 position, in which they have lost after 3 games now.
That's right, and we're going to be taking a look at the highlights in a short moment from now. And we saw a couple of these teams here taking a little bit of a late fight, 14 minutes onwards. That's where we see all the action going on. Meanwhile, Vigor makes a dire attempt to go in for a one-on-one exchange at the very least, and that adds up things up for the team, while the rest of HYVE broke into El Pozo, eventually got themselves the top 3. Now, what was surprising though was that GEEK fam, they were here all along, but the circle didn't really pressure them into the right direction, and they were basically left with not much to spare. And Team Hawk, we didn't really see how they bow out, but they took plenty of fights.
They did. They were sniping from above, right? They were capitalists at best. They were up against, I believe it was down in the corner. It's someone nearby. I think it was Yoodo Alliance who they were fighting up against with at a certain point in time. Yeah, there we go. Helton is the one who's like just shredding them down one after another.
It's all coming back to me now.
Yeah, and HYVE lost 2 members in pushing into El Pozo because NC was there, and so eventually NC won that. They chased HYVE out from that town and immediately had like the easier rotation into wherever they wanted to. So NC finds themselves in a better footing here. Hefty amount of kills too, and HYVE, good effort. They have 4 kills on top of a 3rd place finish. 157 MS? That doesn't matter. They still bring in the numbers.
That's true, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Overall, these are your top 4 out at matchup overall, and you can see majority of teams were lacking in terms of utility because Miramar this doesn't really offer you that much, and there's so much place to play from. 29 points in for Tabah NSEA with this chicken dinner with 14 elimination points. Meanwhile, Farang comes out with 19 points for themselves. Yoodo Alliance with 18. Everyone kind of neck and neck here with 14 points secured by HYVE International. 2 good games, and now I believe top 10 is where they're looking to be.
Right now, I would say they may be playing in a ballpark of 13 to 16.
Yeah.
13 to 16. Around the, 13 to 16 slot. I think that's a good target to have. Just to, I mean, overall, making sure you're in the top 16 is important, right? Like in the overall. But here is the most valuable players. Apparently, Flax OP with 4 eliminations, 90% team contribution, 758 in damage, nearly 200 meters longest limb distance, and 3.2 MVP points. But personally, I feel that Magix has done a tremendous amount for this team. That is Tabah NSEA, and so he would be my favorite pick in terms of an MVP. But Flax OP has definitely flexed his muscle in getting themselves his results.
I'm just looking at the charts here. NC now takes over top 5.
Yep.
A little bit more, and they could basically take out SEM9 as well as RSG. Meanwhile, Farang now pushes themselves into the top 10 in exchange for VIP pushed up. But HYVE is the biggest winner today with 84 points stacked up. 2 good rounds, and they are now up and up. And Team Hawk now on the 15 with 80 points shared. Like against MAB, Team Secret pushed down further on 17. 1 point lacking to get back.
Yeah, 13 to 16, I said, and they're on the dot with that one. 13 plays, but yeah, Team Secret finding themselves down in 17. That's got to be worrying. They had so much potential moving on in week number 1. Whatever happened to that momentum, they have to find their groove back, because this is looking like they might even miss out on a chance of PMGC if this were to happen, right? Because again, just to echo what I mentioned before, last season, they weren't too hot as well. This season, if they're coming in with, again, yet a slow momentum or, you know, an underpowered form of themselves, a shell of themselves, then they might even miss this one out.
Yeah, I feel like there's too many drastic changes out there for teams like Team Secret that it's basically a new era that they're basically configuring their way through. But of course, we also do have the recap on how this one has worked out for Tabah NSEA. From Minas into the city of El Pozo, it becomes much more direct from here, where they took so many of these fights, but they choose to find their way from the city into the edge of it, and then they got themselves into an era where they could see everything that goes on throughout these fights.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they had their first gunfire trades, I guess, because HYVE went in from behind them, and that's where, you know, NC held their ground. Despite being backstabbed, they weathered the storm, take out 2 members. Immediately, HYVE decided to book out of there, leaving El Pozo for the taking, and their rotation from then on onto the open fields was clear as day. Meanwhile, everyone else had to fight each other off. There we go. GEEK fam was on the upside. Farang is there as well to challenge them. And I believe it was SEM9 Dap who took down 2 members of GEEK, and Farang to go in and clean things up for them.
Indeed, and you can see that how difficult this circle has panned out for those who are nowhere close by. And even if they were near, that death trap was on those hay fields out there where there's no possibilities of hiding away from anybody out there, because GEEK fam was overlooking throughout this entire area of the sector. And then there's also HYVE International that is also guarding the city alongside the rest of Tabah NSEA. So you see, Crit VIP, they got absolutely stuck. Nowhere else to push. Meanwhile, this was the final few situation where it has gone down to this. Team Hawk, they were also being challenged by players from the side of Yoodo Alliance, which we can't see them from here, but they were on the far southern side. So GEEK fam, they only had 2 players left, and they were taken out by HYVE International.
Yeah, and so they moved on further. This was the circle we get. Obviously, NC has got the majority of the numbers, the manpower, and already within circle, HYVE was pressured to die out in a blue, I guess. And so Farang, despite evening things out, it became a 2v2, but it was Magix who found the opportunity in through the smokes as well. I don't know how he spotted them out, but he did. He performed the miracle.
On top of that, Magix not only take down Stone, he immediately snapped towards Funky, and we barely even see a glimpse of Funky overall as he closes that round in true fashion.
Yeah.
Overall, just sublime.
I think that's where you know that communications were on par with Tabah NSEA, because I think they did have members who got shot down from Funky direction, and immediately was communicated. He took the shot, immediately snapped onto Funky, and well, it is what it is. And Tabah NSEA again reigns supreme. Why this team is up there with GEEK fam. And now we are down to the last Miramar match of the day. Excited for that one, but first we need a quick breather. Both Contra and myself, this is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. I'll see you for the last match in about 5 minutes. Bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na. Yuhai. Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, Yuhai, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At Yuhai, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng
Malapit, GEEK fam. Baka yung secret pala kanina. Pero right now, Yuhai goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Mako! Tatlong teams. Great VIP, Dingoz and GEEK fam. UI managed to pin down Imsomnus. Imsomnus is now out of the question. To work this out. It's Kido. Managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban. It's Kido.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
And hey, we are back for more here in the PMPL MYSGPH Fall 2022. Once again, it's going to be Keith as well as I, Contra. And we are going to bring you through our final map of this evening. And we've already seen a lot of big winners for today. Genexus with the double chicken dinner. HYVE International on the rise. And they finally got their first chicken dinner on top of Tabah NSEA that have gotten themselves one in the bag just moments ago. So who's going to claim the last one? Well, it's about time we find out.
Yeah, obviously, Contra and myself, before every match, we set aside our own personal prediction. It doesn't mean that we think they're going to win or we have any incentives for them to. We're just, throwing it out there. I think we're picking teams with potential or with good momentum, and if that comes true, it makes us look good. But if it doesn't, then it just fortifies the fact that we don't know what we're talking about.
But hey, at least we do have half of our predictions correct.
Yep.
Not in the right order, but they did get their chicken dinner throughout today. HYVE International finally got themselves the first one. I picked it one game earlier. You picked Tabah NSEA one game earlier as well.
And I got Genexus right on the money.
Yeah, mine was like one game after for Genexus.
But let's take a look at what happened in the previous game in terms of the stats and numbers. I know this one's for you geeks, haha. Wink, wink. They didn't play. But the 14 eliminations for Tabah NSEA, 2,226. And the damage dealt by Yoodo Alliance, nearly rivaling that with 10 kills, 1,924. Farang comes in next at 7 kills and 4 rivals at 5, and it goes down to an average of 5 kills there.
That's right, and these are the ones that dealt the most damage out there. Flex OP with 758, as well as HomeBois coming in second for Yoodo Alliance with 577, and just about 10 damage less than HomeBois. It's just going to be Tabah NSEA's very own legs as well. And meanwhile, on the very final moment, that was Magix with another 2 takedowns to close off the match, getting the chicken dinner in the back for Tabah NSEA.
It was crucial takedowns too, because it was a make or break moment, right? So Magix, my man, this guy, you can always hope on him to, well, I guess, pull magic out of the hat. Now, we're going into the last game of the day today. It is Miramar, and the last Miramar we're going to play. Match number 5. Groups that are involved is A, B, C, and D, which means Group E. Unfortunately, despite some of the weaker runs they've had, they will have to sit this one out. 4 rivals, SEM9, Farang Guerilla, and HYVE International. I guess HYVE can kind of give themselves a pat in the back because they got a chicken and a top 3 finish with 4 kills, and they've already propelled themselves to the 13th spot. So it's, I guess, out of everyone within the Group E, they'd be pretty much happy about it. I mean, SEM9 has got some great matches as well.
That's exactly what we've been keeping our eyes on, and they have been able to prove themselves worthy of the competition out there. So one more final match here now without the presence of Group E. First, we'll see who else could possibly challenge the top dogs out there. But here is something that you should check out, as we got the brand new Bramble Overlord set, which you could possibly get available on PUBG Mobile. It hails from a Torny Kingdom and is said to be the nature spirit's ultimate hero. He values protection above all else. Hurry and get the suit now and fight alongside the rest of the ultimate hero lineup.
Oh man, did you make that entire backstory up on the fly? Man, that sounded almost scripted. I have no idea where you pulled that one out from.
It's all in the mind.
Oh, you're a very creative one. I give you that much. Take a look at the set, though. It is looking pretty handsome right there. So go get yourself one.
Like us?
Like him. I'm not gonna be narcissistic like that.
If you shave, then I think you'll win.
What are you talking about? Just add in 10 points of attraction. I've had girls said that. Oh well, or maybe girls with daddy issues. Maybe.
Not gonna elaborate, but straight to the predictions out there. I only predicted that you get more out of the shaved mustache, but Dingoz, I think they have been denied for a couple of times already. It's time that they fight back because they want to maintain that spot as the kings of Miramar. And see, already got one. So you say they could basically challenge Genexus for a double chicken dinner?
Yeah, I think they're on a good roll. Tabah NSEA is on a good roll, especially in Miramar right now. I would say they are back-to-back chicken in Miramar. Technically, they got the last chicken dinner yesterday, and they got the first Miramar chicken today. So they're back-to-back on that.
So you just wanted to take the final pieces of the chicken dinner on that whatever platter that is served.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, let's think about it, right? Who's on a roll to get 3 chicken dinners? So far, it's NC if you consider yesterday's last game. And Genexus today, after they got to 2, they're out for a 3rd as well.
That's right. And we're basically looking forward if we could possibly get it right this time on the dot, right? Like, if they're like,
on the dot,
prediction 1 game forward, and then like, hey, they got their chicken dinner.
I got Sandhawk, so I'm off the hook.
Off the hook. I mean, that was easy picking.
No,
easy
it's not.
guess.
It's Sandhawk. How would you guess
You
that?
took the easy way out. Like, if you had the guts, you would guess HYVE like I did, and still gotta win, right?
Never go against the wave, guys. This is a life lesson to you. If the grain pushes one way, you follow the grain, and then you break out from that
What's
grain.
my grain?
Migraine, exactly. You migraine. You're giving me migraine.
Yeah, okay.
Bro.
The more we shout, the more we get a migraine, I guess.
Nah, I don't know where to move on from this.
Okay.
I'm traumatized.
We don't move on from this.
No.
Perhaps. But we will move into the game. So with that, it'll be coming in your way in 1 minute from now.
Here we are. Take a look at the map. Clearly, you can tell from our voice, we haven't gotten ourselves together here. Still a bit shaky. Oh, we're gonna have to bite the bullet and persevere.
Okay.
And it's 40 seconds feels like forever
So,
now.
woman who loves mustaches, go ahead DM at Kith Elyjo on Instagram if he's not taken already, or if he's taken, then well, you can only try.
Why do you have so much hate? Is it? I mean, beauty standards are different, you know.
I know beauty standards are different. I don't hate your mustache.
You're subscribed to the Asians' beauty standards, sure, but you know, some people like a little Pablo.
I'm just jealous that you have one and I don't.
Just because you never keep one. You can
I
see
did. I did. It didn't look all that great. Everyone told me to take it off, and I did.
You know, you want to know the secret?
What's the secret?
People said that to me too, but well, I just said, no, I'm keeping it.
Anyways, here we go. Final match inside the Miramar, where we'll see finders keepers for the chicken dinner. Does it rhyme? Does it not?
I mean, and sure. I'll give it to you.
Savers. That's what you need.
No,
That's what you need.
You need thick skin. You got to persevere through it if you want to have you know, at least some density growing on.
I know, like you're when we're on this topic, right?
Yeah.
When I do grow one, it looks like Lao Tzu's mustache.
You trim it. I trim it. It should fit within a line, but also you need some bulk. So
you know, like I will look like a ancient Chinese deity, where eventually some people will start basically asking me what's the next thing they could do to earn a fortune, but I can't give them that advice because I don't have one for myself.
They don't have to know that, man. You can fake it to make it, bro.
On my way at the very least, huh? So teams that are on their way, like you said, MAB now gets that perfect drop into Campo Militar. So that is possibly the place that I hate to play out because it's so far away. The loots are honestly negligible, and they might have actually went with plan B because it's on the south side, so MAB taking the wrong guess. And I think they will have to find a way out to get back to where they need to be, plan B. But inside of Los Lunes, there were 3 teams, so maybe it's a better plan not to do so. Meanwhile, Picado sees 2 visitors. It's MUGEN versus Team Hawk. So Hawk dropped into MUGEN's place back in Sanhok.
Trying to get the free pickings, it seems, but they forgot that MUGEN can wipe out SEM9. They're not as easy as you think. They will try, though. Hey, Boyka!
Why is his name Boyka Adapter? Is he selling adapters? Does he need to charge?
I think he just adapts to the team. Or no, I'm just thinking it too far. He wouldn't. I think he didn't put too much thought when he put that one in.
I feel like he needs to charge more than he needs to adapt. Like, he has been out for a while, right?
Yeah.
So now he's fully recharged. Maybe it's time the old man teaches the new boys on the block a lesson, right?
Well, I wonder how that went the last time he stepped in. Wasn't any better, it seems.
Yikes.
Yikes. Ooh. But hey, regardless, hey, you might as well try something towards the end of the week. However, if they were to bow out so soon now, that's going to give chance for the rest of HYVE to maybe go on top. Actually, no. HYVE is not playing anymore, so...
Ooh. Mile comes in the middle. He does a little bit of parkour of his own to warm himself up. Meanwhile, Bosskurr goes into a warehouse with a lot of grenades. Got it 4 times on the ground as well. Let's take a look at Long as he loves those grenades, like we said. And the ones on second throws 50 grenades less, almost. Well,
that's a lot. 50 40, is a lot.
40. I think like my maths are all over the place. But bombardments aside, I want you to predict the first blood minute. When are we getting?
Okay, so now we have Genexus, right? I would say with Genexus in, things will kick it up into a faster pace. I would say 14 minutes again. 14 minutes mark.
I'm going to take 10 minutes or 12. 12 minutes. 12 minutes.
Fair point. I mean, the circle did close downwards. That's where most of the teams are. Fair point. Fair point. You know, if I was Tabah NSEA, probably now's a good time to loot in Los Egos as well, because you're already in the circle. There's no point for you trying to loot outside of it. You might as well loot around the Los Egos Islands and still be within circle when it closes in.
That's right. And now the point difference between GEEK Fam as well as Genexus is only going to be about what? Probably 51 points to be exact.
So 2 games of a chicken dinner and 15 kills would top GEEK Fam. So
true. Genexus has done it before.
Yeah, and no,
do it again.
The point I was making was, remember how for the longest of time we thought that GEEK Fam was done for. They were solid #1 already. Now it feels like they can still lose it. That's how far Genexus has come.
And I just feel like in any given moment, like these teams will be able to find the sort of rhythm Genexus has gotten to in the road today to make this happen. Tabah NSEA, if they do get one more chicken dinner, they will overtake RSG. And therefore, the Dingoz, if they won 1 on board, chase back to number 4, they also need 1. So a lot of stakes here for the teams that are on the upper half. Meanwhile, we look at the bottom half of the standings, right? It's neck and neck between Crit VIP, DBD, Bosskurr, Axis, redONE, as well as Team Hawk. Because 1 chicken dinner for those over on the 80 point easily sends them into top 8, I would say.
Well, Crit VIP is a name that hasn't yet etched himself as amongst one of the greats here. Besides the VIP, right? Right. That's up to them to you know, solidify crits and their entry into market. But hold that thought, because Aris shooting down to Team Hawk. We just talked about how Team Hawk wants to challenge MUGEN, but there are no pushovers. So Aris, he will notify his members, but will the backup come in time? XMZ though is just driving through in a drive-by. Do they stop to maybe taking some pickups? No, they will instead avoid all confrontation.
Yeah, they will just convoy their way through. They are aiming at the last vehicle instead. Razor might just be the one that popped over the tires, but like a adapter. Omen now on crutches and seams. And it's MUGEN. Hoping to get those tags on. The shot came in a little bit late on towards Zilly. Nasty 10K. Not really hitting those numbers yet, but MAB are about to take on the rest of Bosskurr. Sends Calamity directly forward to challenge Mano. And he's the one that takes most of the brunt of the damage instead. Aspar.
He knew his mistake, immediately retreated, so Seed can actually come in and become a fighter. But Maki, what is happening? So many people just face planting onto the ground.
Oh,
push on forward. Calamity surely just pushed. You have the health advantage and the cover fire from Syed. And they will secure this one. But man, so many members just seem to unable to hit the exit button onto their vehicles. They just die off through. Now, one thing to note here is that the kill happened before 10-minute mark, so we were both wrong in that position, and things did get faster. So we're gonna have a game here, MUGEN versus Team Hawk.
Oh, those long-range trades are actually favoring members of MUGEN. It doesn't seem like Team Hawk has the scopes to trade right back. Boika Adapter is trying to find ways, but Riv found himself into this situation here, dropping the Molotov. Will burn MYBOY for a little bit. He will still challenge running over, but he didn't seem like Riv responded in time. Spots out another member just running across, more being attacked, and oh my goodness, the spray transition gets onto MYBOY and also hits onto Iman.
More like they lined up for it unintentionally. Both of them crossing the line of fire. Gets taken out though, and now Axis, they have the upper hand. Only Iman left, and he's trying to play the ground here, but it seems like Kachang Susu from the top side spots him out, proning, and will, well, secure his death into the lobby.
Nut milk, almond milk. Kachang Susu is back in the game.
Wait, what? Almond?
Almond is a nut.
I thought it's soya bean milk.
Kachang is basically nuts or...
Susu kachang, right?
No, that's soya bean milk.
Yeah, kachang susu is soya bean.
No. It can be. It can be. Kachang soya, that's soya bean. Basically, kachang is just peanuts or beans, whatever it is. But
we digress. Yeah,
we digress from here. Damn cutie. It ain't gonna be a meanie, but he sees those hands. Bro, nasty.
Well, that rhymed. Nasty, cutie, meanie. Yeah, you nailed it, man. You nailed it. I gotta give it to you.
Well...
Did I like the push, though? MUGEN. I thought I saw a member of Team Hawk trying to go in flank side from this building. Oh, Zali. Trying to make a move. Meanwhile, Iftar woken up a little bit too late for the fast, and he's feeling a bit hungry. He's falling down by Virgil. Gets taken out by Zali, who is already positioned for the flank side, and now that makes it 3v2. Immediately leaving this compound to maybe go in with the number advantage and push on to the likes of MUGEN.
It's just Team Hawk reclaiming their territory instead.
Oh, Boika got revived too. Yeah. MUGEN got nothing.
You know what they say, you gotta prioritize the old man first.
True.
Uh-huh.
Called respect.
Yeah, respect has to be given by MUGEN as well. Now that prime of the grenade looks pretty interesting though. Over on to Ham 10K. Damn Cutie gets it, but he's also running into the direction of Nasty. It's Damn Cutie with all the kills. He will do the usual Team Hack tradition. You spray and spray and spray. 3 more seconds. Okay, done.
But why? But why?
It's just a Team Hawk thing.
Yeah, but you got like one team. Maybe if you did that after you got them like the chicken dinner, I get it.
I want to see a repeat of history, and they were on the receiving end, and how does that feel? Now, unlike the average points in Miramar that we are getting here, as we can see from the top 10, we got Dingoz #1, 12-point average, 10 for Tabah NSEA, GEEK Fam now with 10 as well. Team Secret on #4, but today we haven't seen much out of Team Secret. Yoodo Alliance are also trailing right in.
Is it too late to switch sides onto GEEK Fam? Because GEEK Fam is doing the NC rotation, but on an invert.
Nope.
It's
Don't
an
switch in. You
right
switched
now.
one yesterday.
And it seems like GEEK Fam is going to go in from the west side and then wipe everyone in front of them and stay as alive as much as they can. And man, I missed it. Missed a chance. I mean, no one would have seen the circle coming out the way
Nobody
it did.
cares either way.
That's true. That's true. I care now. My personal ego.
Personal ego is where it goes as far as it can. Oh boy. At least the first blood streak has been broken some time ago. We didn't even
7 minutes.
follow through. Yeah, 7 minutes. Much faster than we thought. As we're going to get a quick round of Miramar, we assume, because this circle moves up to the Chumachera. And Team Secret doing much better. Now just hoping to stop anybody from proceeding into the city. As you can see, that Axis, RSG, Team Hawk, MAB, they have to cut through into the highways. While NC also secures 1/4 map for themselves. Well, maybe your prediction's got to be right this time, you know. No point of switching over, still have your ego intact. I don't care about your ego.
That's true. NC is still in a good position. I would tell him that much because no one else is here backstabbing them. I think the flaw in their plan would be if they will never suspect people to come in from behind because they already planned to move in late, right? So you wouldn't expect people to be behind you, only in front of you. But this time around, there's so many factors to keep in check, seeing as though they are first movers in the circle.
Nobody likes it from behind, that's for sure. And HomeBois, they are the ones that will be able to get there safely forward, while Yoodo Alliance are also doing exactly the same. A little bit late though, coming in from behind.
Who said that? Who told you about that?
A wise man.
A man. Okay, that's very nice. Let's move on with this. SMG.
Could be a woman too. I say MEN.
SMG now, and this little... I lost my train of thoughts because of you, man. They will be camping it out. I think they should take a book from what you mentioned. They should play a bit more passive, seeing as though that their fights we've seen in a previous Miramar just wasn't the cleanest of execution. The timing wasn't there. When someone's peeking, the cover fire isn't even in place yet to even, you know, maybe switch the tide onto their favor. So maybe SMG plays center circle. This is the game plan. They have to play center circle and just camp there for dear life.
Yeah. Still, are they really in the center though is the question. Team Hawk finds another pick out there. It's going to be a 5-3, like we assume it to be, more and more sprays. Wasting bullets, man. I tell you that. You got to keep some for the late game. Boyka, at least we're given level 3 gears to work with so that he won't be on crutches again. Meanwhile, Team Secret spots out Billy, goes in for the spray down there. Eye shots only landing a few.
Oh, nice.
Luke goes in for Zully instead, so that actually supplements Team Secret. Luke instead finds members of Dingoz Esports with real, and the happy feed dances it quickly. Isn't exactly safe though, those taps are coming in. Oof.
He's got an idea. He's tossing a nade on forward.
I don't think that nade will connect though, can it?
It won't, but it probably deter him from going. Oh, it does.
Actually, yes.
We were wrong about this man. I mean, he is the wonder kid for a reason, and Luke, time and time again, just showing up big time. Why he's so well known within the communities.
You know, there's Superwoman, there's also Batman, but is there no Wonder Man?
I don't believe you. You're making that up.
Instead of lasso of truth, the man comes with a lasso of lies. which someone will say, man always lie.
Yeah, I know. I was about to say that, but I didn't want to pull that stereotype out. But GEEK, they haven't had a great game yet, but Snipes now come in. Taking probably the first one onto GEEK fam. Trying to kick it up a notch a bit. Already facing up against NC though, and now RSG up against Team Secret, both with the blue tags here.
Oh, went on the wrong turf it seems. RSG just have 2 members lost out. The moment that they come in for their entry, this is the game plan all along for Team Secret. Is guarding the northern side of the city. Meanwhile, Crit VIP was surprised with the ambush from the back. Drax gets one. And I tell you, man, they don't like it at all. It's going to be Dammer there. On the pin down, a member of Dingoz that got into a tree. And they will shatter that vehicle. Mel have no saving grace. Dingoz, where's the rest of the members, though? Don't see them anywhere nearby, so GEEK fam take what they can get, 3 points in.
Like I said, man, if I could change the prediction, it'd be right now. It's the rotation. NC's figured it out, and now GEEK fam is trying to do similar things. And well, they're getting away with it. Cold-blooded murder. Meanwhile, MAB, Maki takes 1 member of HomeBois itself. HomeBois, just the bottom of the barrel right now. Not even fishes. They are the barnacles. in the hierarchy, out in 14 with 0 kills. MAB now has 4 in their name.
Barnacles are actually one of the weirdest creatures on Earth. Like, they stick to boats and stuff like that, and like, what do they really do?
They're filter feeders, right?
Filter feeders.
Yeah, they eat whatever.
So
planktons.
you're saying, okay, so SMG isn't exactly like barnacles right now,
I
but
said
then again, it's like, yeah, HomeBois are more like it.
Yeah.
So bottom feeders they go. Still not finding that momentum.
So far in week number 2.
Yeah.
And week number 1, it seems.
We're not trying to be too harsh on them though. Like,
no, actually, week 1 they did decent. They were in top.
Yeah, but like to drop the ball so hard, you kind of need to scrutinize them a little bit in such a way that they're definitely better than this.
Yeah, it's because you know they can be. It's Iron Pro. I mean, take a look at the entire roster. What went wrong? I don't know.
But we do know that we're about to get into a really good fight here with Axis, MAB as well as Genexus, all being trigger fingers on the dot. And maybe they're not even suspecting members of Genexus just about yet. They can heard those footsteps. Here comes the flank coming from Lung. Coming over a couple of shots there, but not really connecting onto anything but the ground. Calamity comes in to toss a Molotov. Not going to be able to connect, but they did manage to get 5 elimination points. But Maki and the rest of the co have to be prepared for this. Liu coming from far side though. Silent will get one from Team Hawk, but coming up close and personal. Liu will still pick them all down. They're one on the ground. Calamity still gets one through the smoke. Now down to Biu. Can he actually pull it right back for the team?
They got this. They got this. Come on, Biu, clutch it out. You've got cover fire in the back end. Just press on forward. It will. He gets one. Now it's a 1v1 between Biu and the members of MAB. See who overextends, and Genexus came out big time. Loyu with a clutch shot from the back end though.
Woo! And now Genexus gets free entry over the northern side. Every other team inside the city has to actually move their way out, and it's gonna be cluttered up. GEEK fam over on the far west gets the direct access, about to challenge Genexus too. Meanwhile, DBD also guarding on patrol to see if anyone tries to leave, they will be the ones that shut the gates in front of their eyes.
Team Hawk next to fall face flat from the vehicle. Everyone's just dropping out from vehicles.
I guess they were shot out there, and SMG were the one that actually get them all shut out. Meanwhile, over the top end of Factory Grounds, we see another fight break loose. Team NC just pushing it through. Magics can only get a drop. Nothing other than that, though. DBD hiding it out. Jimmy still has time to heal up, but they don't even know that he's around. Frankie just goes out there and will have himself taken by the rest of them.
Well, that would be NC. Done for, I guess. Only one member. Sure, you can hope on a miracle. But there goes the prediction. Burnt down by Razor. Now tries to find a flank side here, but it will be taken out instead by SMG. And I guess you were right. All they had to do was play defense, because this team, they may not be the most solid at their offensive plays, but they have the means to take out teams when they step over.
But they have definitely proved you wrong as well. At the same time, they already got 7 frags doing exactly just that.
Yeah, that's because defending means killing him, right?
True enough. Well, we have Snipes here finding it out. He doesn't seem to be all too healthy and alive, but the health is also being countered. But Rex of GEEK fam does get the final shot. And the rest of Yoodo Alliance still finding it into this territory here, but they are basically surrounded by the Geeks. And he gets Yuha instead.
My
God. GEEK fam out for the count. And he saves the day. Yoodo Alliance will take a big gas of air and still find their way through, power through the map.
That was a misplay. Snipes with the car, he exited. It was registered as him dropping down face planted again.
Really?
Again. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Everyone's a face planting. Maybe something happened between the interaction of the car and the exiting of the vehicle.
Oh, Team Secret just passed back, though.
Everyone's just dropping on. There we go. We're talking about dropping down. SMG and one member of Team Secret themselves. Fredo tries to go in with the refrag, maybe. RSG. It's a 2v1 on the likes of Look here. Eye shots on Fredo. This duo has had a reputation of being very, very lethal back in the days, and they can finally uphold their name once again. But they have to do it fast because Long now finds his way on the high ground, peering down into this compound.
The rest of Genexus is just basically having an overlook of the entirety of the city. Meanwhile, DBD, we call them the gatekeepers out here. Glance a grenade onto Luke. There goes the rest of RSG, 7th place finish. Now, Dingo's still alive. NC has won. DBD, the problem for them is to get out of the position that they're at, and they need to leave ASAP. Yoodo Alliance really stand the fighting chance now that they're also driving right inwards, but they have to be wary. Genexus should be on high alert.
Genexus, obviously they will be at that point of on guard right now, because remember how they lost their first Miramar yesterday? They totally neglected the likes of MUGEN coming in from flank side, so this time round they have to be on their peak performance. All eyes up front here, and now with decent manpower to work around with, there shouldn't be a reason for them to neglect that.
Yoodo Alliance, at least 3 members here playing on the lower end of the hill, as the rest of Tabah NSEA finding no way out. DBD has Jamie quick trigger fingers out there to take them out, but then again, we talk about making a late move here. As they come in from behind, it's going to be iShots trying to actually pin them down. 3 kills already for iShots, but couldn't seem to actually take any of the members down. Yoodo Alliance trying to chime in, and iShots finally get Jimmy off the wheels. And Adik Luke pincered up. Ziggs trying to drive his way forward. That grenade will clip onto Adik Luke instead. DBD with only 2 members live.
Genexus now making a move across the map here. They take it over the circle. Half of it, or at least a quarter, a huge chunk of the quarter belongs to them. But at what cost here? They're taking a decent amount of hits. Retaliation from Yoodo Alliance, and they'll try to 1v1 this. It's Lung. Obviously, he hits the mark onto Helton, and that half of the circle did not pay into their favor as it closed away from the likes of Genexus.
It does close away, but then again, they still dictate the pace of the hill. One part of the hill, they are still having part of the circle, so they don't really have to worry about. So Team Secret now in the prime position as well. Spots Alfredo. Yen tries to take him down, but he does move back into the compounds instead. DBD. Now, they are playing on open grounds, though. They have to hug by really tightly. So their aim is to flush out Team Secret first and then deal with Genexus much later on. Genexus getting a lot of time to reset. They could also chime in from the back. So everybody is making a little bit more calculation on what the next step should be.
Well, they've repositioned themselves, so they realize that, you know, Circle did get closed in. They don't want to be caught out too far out and get pressured by the blue. But they will retain their composure up on the top. And now Real, he has eyes on Team Secret. I'm sure he saw that. It was a shoulder through the window. And now Lung takes down 1 member. DBD, 2 more. Still alive. Way behind the smokes. I don't think they have the info here. But BU and the rest of the boys should be spread out wide enough to get such information done. iShot spraying into the blank.
iShot still being the one that chases away the rest of the DBD members, but here comes Bosskurr. He will prime a nade down below. A little bit too far front, and he soaks in all the damage coming in from Yen as well. Brings out the UMP spray. Oh my word, Pew Pew! Got his teammate from the back, and it's gonna be Fredo. This is hopping around. Real doesn't want to give away his position, but this is the perfect time though. He will just take it's slow.
DBD's crumbling. The nades. It's just carpet bombing at this point. And, well, Zeke's the last man standing. He will confirm that kill and reveal his position. Is now View. 1v1 against Zeke's. He will be taken out. Team Secret can rise, but he has to address Dingoz coming in at back foot. They have gone through this over and over. Even in the last season, the thorn in the bush just seemed to be the bane of Team Secret. And right now, they're trying to push on high ground. Fredo and iShots against Genexus 2. It is this crazy duo, Pew and Loyu.
Is there a chance here that Real can actually steal the chicken dinner away while Genexus as well as Team Secret engage? There could be that possibility out there because he's playing it really slowly, and now they're all clumped up. Team Secret wants to challenge. They find Loyu jumping around, but it's not going to be able to land. redONE can quickly go in for a little bit of restock while BioBio hides over the corner and spots out iShot peeking outwards. He does get a little bit of damage done, not enough though.
It's a far shot for Real, right? Because whoever wins this fight takes the high ground. And Real, it's impossible to go on high ground. They should take the shot. iShot's actually got the trade on the Loyu. That's the sharpest shot right now in this composition with only 2 members. But Real, he's right there. He sees them. iShot just got in with the heals. BioBio. Oh my
goodness.
God, he died out.
And Team Secret, they still don't know when they
Oh my God, no, it's not happening. Not like this. Real.
1v1.
It's a 1v1 and pushing up onto the high ground. Surely iShot.
Oh, here comes a grenade though. Can he actually land it perfectly onto iShot? He
missed
will
the mark.
throw away. Just a little bit of chip damage now. He does know that he's going to be pushing upwards.
iShot,
Spot him out, and instantly is so
Is that Real?
Oh my word!
Actually did it!
Dingoz Esports stole it away!
Again,
and Dingoz! To my prediction, he got it in the bag! Oh my God!
That was brilliant. He played it out. He was patient. He somehow knew he could get the shots in, and I don't know how to do it, but Dingoz, man, this is why they are not to be trifled with. That play right there took so much patience in people. You would have, it was a gamble. Do I get 2 points right in front of me, or do I try and lose it all trying to play for the chicken dinner? And he got the latter.
Patience pays, and these are your Kings of Miramar. Still dominating the charts as one of the best teams inside of this map. And Real, the wait was over. He struck goal on this one. And Team Secret thought it was their mighty chance out there. That 1v1 against iShots. We have to take a look at it again, but we start off from the highlights. From the get-go with MAB pushing up the kills against Bosskurr. And we still can't get over
Yeah,
the fact.
no, that is definitely highlight material right there. Nothing else. If Real doesn't get MVP, I'm going to get furious.
It has to be him. He's the only one with the 2 kills, but then again, there are other players out there that has gotten so many takedowns out there, so
But they didn't
wouldn't
get,
be
it wasn't a
fair.
crucial MVP. It wasn't a crucial moment.
Yes, but you know, it's skewed towards who does the highest damage.
Metrics and numbers. Come on, give me a break here.
Yeah.
Take a look at this though. Genexus, this was the make or break moment for them. Thankfully for Luyu on the far side and BioBio clutching things out. They managed to keep themselves a foot in the game. And then GEEK fam, this was the one.
Weird.
Look at that. Snipes is going to crash in, and look at that. He fell out.
Oh boy.
It was registered as a fall.
And it just sucks because
everyone
GEEK fam had the fighting spirit going on, and they both get taken out. Them as well as Yoodo Alliance. Genexus eventually recovered as Tree, and we saw how lethal the shots were coming out from BioBio. And then down to this very moment, Real backs one in for Dingoz. And for the fact that they spent 28 seconds outside of blue, imagine, it was the roughest ride for them. Literally only 4 troll being utilized. Against everybody else. The math don't make sense, my guy.
That's why, you know, in times like this, it's a circumstantial matter, and that's why Real should be the chicken dinner. I mean, the MVP. Look, 2 kills, but it was a good kill that gave him 17 points. But of course, it will be Genexus who gets out with most of the total points raked in here, especially with the 11 elims and the 3rd place finish. Team Secret not too shabby themselves, 19, but Dingoz only 2 kills, but the 17 they brought home. Oh, that is sweet right there.
Oh, yeah. And DBD comes in with 14 points of their own on 4th place, 10 points in for you. Yoodo Alliance, now GEEK fam. They could secure 4 more points by taking out Yoodo Alliance, but they couldn't because of a little bit of fumble out there. But hey, it's been a long day's work for the Geeks. Now, most valuable player, like I said, this guy has 2 eliminations too, but how is he here? 747 damage. Okay, makes sense. Map it out.
Where's the metric now? You talking about metric and kills
damage.
and damage?
Damage. It's always about damage.
747, that's I'm not even going to argue it because it's right on the screen. But man, hey, if you're listening, Real, you the MVP, man. You the MVP.
Anyways, taking a look at the weekly rankings right now, GEEK fam definitely on move. Our number 1, Genexus on number 2, pushing down some of these teams out there. But then again, RSG will maintain their spot, as that's 167 points. And now number 4, SEM9 will be pushed downwards with only 1 point of difference. Tomorrow is where we'll continue on with that journey. 150 points now. Dingoz moves up to 6, and that will push down 4 rivals to the 7th spot. Over on the changes here, Team Secret, after getting a 2nd place finish, gets 98 points, so they're on 12th place. Team Hawk now on the 14 with 87 points, and that pushes back HYVE International down on the 17th because they weren't playing this game. But tomorrow when they're back, they're about to push MAB Axis as well as Team Hawk. Mark my words.
I'm definitely looking forward to that one, right? It's time for the underdogs to rise, which, speaking of which, Genexus wasn't in the top draft last week, but now they are in number 2 spot, it seems. And here are the eliminators of the week 2, day 4. Right now, Mika, Yuhai, and Damroot occupies the top spot, but man, although it doesn't seem like it in this match, let's not forget that they did contribute a hefty amount of cushion for GEEK Fam to maintain number 1.
That's right, and of course, these 3 are the best players throughout the week so far, and eventually we might even see Genexus members to be popping on the screen if they were to get even bigger games for tomorrow. Sunday evening is where we're going to continue 6 rounds back-to-back of matches. Why 6? Because we got Livik in store for the top 12 teams. He played it out.
Very exciting stuff, right? Livik, but only top 12, you mentioned, could make it in. So will HYVE get the chance? I guess we'll find out. But first, how did that chicken dinner come to fruition? Let's check it out.
Well, let's start off here from Los Leones. Sure, they did get a circle, but they know that, yeah, Los Leones doesn't seem like a more comfortable spot. So they take center stage, which will eventually bring it into Chumachera. So all they have to do is just drive a few meters onwards, and they will basically plant themselves here just to stop anybody else from moving inwards into the circle. And once they do, they have been able to find a lot of all these kills. Well, actually, they haven't really found a lot of kills.
They did absolutely
So they were basically playing a lot of hiding. I believe that some of their members got taken out early as well. So that's why they become a little bit more passive, because usual Dingoz, they're also kind of feisty. But we just have to check out how the rest of it plays out, because most of the attention was focused onto DBD, Team Secret, Genexus as well, that got themselves the most fights. And of course, GEEK Fam, which we saw what happened earlier on.
Yeah, but I think I'm more worried about Secret right now. It just seems like an occurring trend here that Team Secret always get third party in the back, even from last season. It's always that one snake in the grass thing. But still, Dingoz, despite not having many actions made, but it was smart actions taken, although only two kills, but that translated into a total of 17 points. So a definitely big win for the like of Dingoz. A nice try for the rest of the teams who made it that far, though. A lot of them had to push onto the impossible feats. Here they had to go through a lot. SMG Rise, for the occasion, they had about 7 kills, I think. I've forgotten how they were taken out. GEEK Fam tried to go against them, but
SMG took a lot of those fights over on the top end of the factory, and we did see some of the other players that got clipped out the moment that they entered the top side of the city. But usually when it comes down to city urban warfare like this, most often than not, the ones smack in the middle that will eventually have a lot of problems getting out of the city, and everybody has to go towards the direction of the Genexus, which they find a lot of points due to these skirmishes. DPD was the closest challenger to eventually take out majority of the members of Genexus.
But they couldn't do so, right?
Real, he moved in from all the way from the back.
No, they couldn't do so as well. DBD trying to push on up. I mean, if it was a fair fight against Genexus DBD, sure, they could have done it. But Team Secret actually come in with some poking damage as well, contributing into the inability for DBD to make in with a push. But it's like moments like this, right? Like if you're Team Secret, you're taking a shot, you're taking your chances onto DBD. But Real, he was like, I see them. I'm just going to let them have their fun. And hopefully maybe go up against the two of them, which is insane. Because right here, it was still a 50-50. If Genexus have won that, they'll just run straight down on to Real, which he would have gotten a second place. So still a huge win. But if Team Secret won that, that was like that one requirement for him to get that chicken dinner, because he had eyes on Team Secret. He had no idea where Genexus were.
That's true. And despite that, Genexus did have one of the best games that they've played out throughout the entirety of the day. And I wonder, maybe we'll be speaking to some of the players out there again. So make sure you guys stick around, because the whole show isn't over just about yet. And of course, with all of you guys hanging by, we definitely do thank you for your time. And we always love you guys.
Yeah, it's not time for us to patch in with the players just yet. I think maybe whoever that was, it might be a happy news or might even be a sad news, depending on if you are Dingoz or Team Secret or maybe any one of these teams out of the blue. We're happy to take on a call with them, because after all, you're looking at your idols on screen as these insane, highly skilled individual. They're humans on the inside, and a little bit of social catch up is something they do appreciate themselves.
That's true. And overall, we've seen a lot of great games thus far. And I think like today's major highlights were, wins from Tabah NSEA, and not forgetting HYVE International.
Yep.
2 great games in a row now have gotten themselves that fighting chance, which was so crucial for them, because week 1, I wouldn't call it disaster, but it was just a rough ride. And we just spoke to one of their players early on, like, yes, sometimes connection issues do happen. Like, we may not notice because they're in the game, right? But they braved through it, and I think like with that sort of fighting mentality to just pull through, they have finally reaped the rewards by the end of those rounds, and they had possibly a good night's rest after match 5.
That definitely they did, right? I mean, we saw that player, he was happy to just be here with his gang signs and hand signs, just saying thank you to his parents, and, well, even praising it onto his beliefs and religion. And so it's great to have these players still appreciative, although they might have like a rough day or a rough streak overall, but they're still grateful for whatever blessings they can get. And I do hope to see more of these positive outcomes coming out from these players. It paints the scene in a very good way.
That's true, and of course, there's a lot to be thankful for. And of course, we thank PUBG Mobile as well as everyone over at Tencent Games for providing this platform for all of our esports athletes here, basically entertaining all of us and at the same time making a living for themselves for this sort of new career that hasn't existed 20 years ago, right? So it's about new stars being birthed in such a scene, and now each region have their own local heroes to tell their own story. I'm hoping to see MUGEN up next, because MUGEN also deserves the limelight, because throughout yesterday's run, they got 2nd place inside Miramar, and they've also had a few good, decent runs for themselves.
You don't even have to look way back, right? They wiped out SEM9. They wiped out SEM9 over in Sanhok. You don't have to go that far. Like MUGEN, they definitely one of the top contenders are there. I mean, when given the chance, and we're hoping for that moment to strike. But right now, the moment is time for an interview with members of Genexus shortly. So do stay on.
Let's welcome on board again Team Genexus, and this time around we'll be speaking to Captain Pew Pew. You guys have a phenomenal run, 2 chicken dinners to start off the day, and you guys were so consistent, and now fighting chance against GEEK Fam. Do you guys think that you guys have what it takes by tomorrow to claim that #1 spot?
Hello, Contra.
Hi.
And hello.
Hey.
So yeah, I do have faith that we have a very great chance to overtake them tomorrow and get #1.
All right.
That's the game plan. That's all written in the stars now. Genexus was just holding back. It feels like you're reminiscent of last season, where week 2 you just come in insane. Why is it always the week 2? Is that a lucky number for you guys?
I think it's more of the first week is the week where we adapt to to the meta, to the season, because every season is different, right? This season is somewhat more difficult because everyone wants to go to PMGC. So first week is the week that we try to adapt to the whole grouping, and second week is where we completely pick up and then just make adjustments.
All right. I'm going to go off track a little bit. I know that sometimes playing tournaments can be quite stressful. So is there any sort of thing that you or the rest of the team usually have a kind of hobby or things that relaxes yourself or keep your mind off the game and then pull the focus back into what needs to be done throughout the tournament period? What is it for you?
For me personally, I've been pretty much grinding a lot, like even on the tournament days. And after the tournament is over, after we watch the games, the post-game discussions, everything, at midnight, I will just play classics with my teammate. And these few days I've been playing with Long, and yeah, we've been playing until like morning and then go to bed and then wake up. It's tournament time already. That's for me.
So these guys are playing classic in the lobby and just keep wrecking everyone in the process. Okay, one more.
That's why he's so good.
That's why you're so good. One more before I let you go. In that last match itself, okay? Because you were so close. Genexus was so close. What, you died down into the blue. Why didn't you push with your last breath? Why didn't you push, Yubiu?
So there was a very huge miscom. Yeah, there's a very huge miscom in the last game where we thought the opposite was three persons, and then they had a circle. We didn't have the circle, and then it's very difficult to push to the other side because it's one plain field. And after my teammate got knocked, and then everyone was just shouting like, "Go to the blue zone, Bill! Go to the blue zone! Don't give that point away." And then after we died to the blue zone, and it popped out third. We were like, really?
number 3.
I was doubting about life for a good 1 minute, I guess.
So I was wondering as well. I'm like, why didn't he just go push a solo or something?
But then again, Team Secret that was pushing you guys got number 2 instead. They were also surprised as well. So I think like everyone ended up surprised by the end of the day. But you guys definitely had some of the best run for today. And tomorrow, it's a fight for that number 1 spot. So, Genexus, do you guys want to go in for your usual team chant? Shall we do it with Boy this time?
Yes, with Boy this time. Boy, come into the camera. Sit beside me.
Yeah. In the background.
All right, you guys ready?
We're gonna shout the slogan.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. 1. Hey, Long.
Oh, eating.
Yeah. Come. He's eating his lollipop.
All
Okay,
right. Let's get everyone together. Okay.
Right. As usual, I'll shout Genexus and then Genexus.
All the way up!
All the way up. Let's go.
We're all the way up. Thank you so much, Viu and Genexus and the team. I hope to see you try and rise to the number 1 spot. It's about time we put the Geek Fam Giants in check here. Bye-bye.
Ta-ta. Good night.
It's all up and up from here. What seemed to be impossible comes day number 3, now looking very, very possible in day number 4. One more day of competitive, and now with Livik to throw into the mix, it could exacerbate the lead from Geek Fam, or the Nexus might just even take over.
Yeah, like, I just love your last question. Like, it basically dive into the comms was like, oh, what? Number 3? Live flash before your eyes, like, I could have got more out of that.
No, because I was wondering, because I saw the camera, and he had medkit, and he was staying in the blue. So I'm like, wait a minute, something's not right here. But that was a very, very eventful ending. Great one. I have no way to complain about it. That clutch by Dingoz. Amazing stuff. This is what makes the 2022 PMPL MY fall a great spectacle to watch. Catch us here again tomorrow for 6 matches for the final day of week number 2. My name is Keith, this is Contra. We're about to wrap things up, and I'll see you bright and early, actually not early, in the evening tomorrow. Bye-bye.